Chapter 1437. The power of the flaming beast was terrifying. Since the vermilion bird was restrained by the other flaming beast, it wasn't easy for it to dodge this attack. Of course, this attack couldn't hurt the vermilion bird. However, Xianxia would definitely fall into the boundless sea of fire. The situation was critical. Watch out! Before Ling Xiao could shoot his arrow, he screamed and jumped to the other side of Xianxia. He stood in front of her so that she wouldn't get hit. The flame beast's body swept over with great force. It heavily smashed onto the vermilion bird's protective divine light, causing the divine light to crack. This attack was comparable to the intermediate stage of level 11. This flaming beast's power was terrifying. No wonder it could challenge the vermilion bird. The rebounding force shook the vermilion bird's body. Xianxia was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. A powerful force suddenly came. Ling Xiao screamed in fear. He raised his palms and slapped the force. He wouldn't allow Xianxia to be hurt. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions resounded unceasingly. The raging fire spread everywhere. The vermilion bird had already taken the opportunity to fly to the side of the other fire beast. It clawed at the fire beast's body, tearing it apart. At the same time, it pecked at the fire beast's forehead. Only when the beast core of the flaming beast was broken could it be killed. The other flaming beast seized the chance to attack the vermilion bird from behind. With a closer look, there was one person missing from the vermilion bird's back. Big brother. Big brother, where are you? Don't scare me. Xianxia pulled herself together and looked around. Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but cry out in fear. It turned out that when Ling Xiao blocked the attack for Xianxia, he was blown off the back of the vermilion bird. The flames here could burn anyone below the supreme being level into ashes. Even a half-incipient god realm expert couldn't withstand it. Although Xianxia knew that Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary, she did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to withstand the terrifying flames here. Big brother, it's all my fault. I'll die with you. Xianxia cried her heart out. She even wanted to jump off the back of the vermilion bird. However, the little vermilion bird transformed into a human and held onto Xianxia tightly. Don't worry, little Xianxia. He should still be alive. He might be waiting for an opportunity to help mother. The little vermilion bird's words were indeed effective. Xianxia immediately stopped her silly actions and looked at the little vermilion bird as she asked, Sister Kaer, is what you said true? Of course it's true. I can even sense his aura nearby. The little vermilion bird replied. This time, Xianxia was finally relieved. Indeed, after Ling Xiao was blasted away, he did not die. Instead, he fell into the sea of fire, which burned him in excruciating pain. Even though he had the help of the heavenly fire pearl, he still felt excruciating pain. If he were to be burned in this place for 10 days to half a month, his body would probably melt. It was a good thing that his physical body was strong to begin with. Coupled with the help of the heavenly fire pearl, he was still able to withstand the flames. As long as he had time to absorb the flames and refine them, he might be able to adapt to the heat in this place. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not have the chance to do so before he was targeted by many 10th-level flaming beasts. They charged towards Ling Xiao and attempted to devour Ling Xiao whole. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He had to deal with these flaming beasts as soon as possible and return to the vermilion bird's side. If he were to be separated from it, he would not know where to go next. Ling Xiao had once stayed in the chaotic area of the chaotic burial space, and was used to such a space that was filled with violent energy. He could withstand the power of the flames for the time being. He took a step forward and moved like a ghost. His finger turned into an arrow and shot towards the flaming beasts' foreheads. Swoosh swoosh. Beams of fiery light shot directly towards the flaming beasts' foreheads. These flaming beasts didn't have a strong defense. To Ling Xiao, they could be killed in just one attack. They were just at the middle or low level of 10th level flaming beasts. To Ling Xiao, they weren't a threat. However, the peak of 10th level flaming beasts gave Ling Xiao a headache. They were like fish in the water in this sea of fire. They were so intimidating that even a half-incipient god realm expert couldn't resist them. Waves of fire came one after another with tremendous power. There were also a few that bit or rammed into Ling Xiao, wanting to trap and kill him before they were satisfied. Ling Xiao's murderous aura rose. He strode towards the divine beast vermilion bird. However, the divine beast vermilion bird seemed to be in trouble. 2 more level 11 flaming beasts had forced it to run away as if it had forgotten Shi Yan. Oh no! If I get separated from the divine beast vermilion bird, what should I do? Ling Xiao screamed. Right after that, he didn't hesitate to use his god's eyes to look into the distance and chase after the divine beast vermilion bird. However, the divine beast vermilion bird was at the peak of level 11. Its flying speed was so fast. How could Ling Xiao catch up with it? Not only could Ling Xiao not catch up with it, but he was also besieged by many flaming beasts. He had to break through the encirclement. However, those flaming beasts were in their own territory. They were moving fast and they were besieging him in groups. It wasn't easy to cut a bloody way out. Moreover, those flaming beasts were almost immortal. If he couldn't break their beast dawn, they could recover immediately. Ling Xiao could only pray that no level 11 flaming beasts would appear. Otherwise, he didn't know what to do. At this moment, several peak level 10 flaming beasts had already surrounded him. The waves of fire they spat out together were extremely turbulent, and they directly enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was forced to counterattack. He originally wanted to use the Emperor Dragon Heaven destroying technique to quickly destroy them. However, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of trying to use the power of the origin universe to attack. He immediately did it. He spread his palms, and the familiar power of the primordial world appeared in his eyes. The fresh trees and flowers, the golden wolf king, the Qilin divine beast, the golden dragon divine beast, the ice mountain, the chilly wind, the volcanic crater, all appeared in front of his eyes. However, just based on this illusory scene, not to mention destroying the flaming beasts, it was impossible for it to spread here. However, along with the injection of Ling Xiao's divine energy, the primordial world instantly became a few tens of thousands of meters wide, and it completely enveloped the nearby fiery domain. After that, the world immediately underwent a new change as his soul energy was injected into it. The tree fire spirit grew rapidly, the golden wolf king howled, the Qilin divine beast burst into flames, the true dragon divine beast soared to the 9 heavens, icebergs and chilly winds were formed in an instant, and the crater of the volcano was ready to erupt at any moment. All of these images weren't just illusory attacks like they were in the past. Shockingly, they were material existences that were condensed into form, and they were like an expanse of spatial turbulence as they charged and enveloped the flaming beasts. The reason it was so difficult for Ling Xiao's primordial world to form was because he cultivated in multiple elements at the same time, and his original world energy was at the top-rate royal grade realm. So, it wasn't so easy to comprehend the crux of it. If it was purely the energy of the elements, then Ling Xiao would have probably comprehended it a long time ago. Presently, the energy of the primordial world was still weak and incomplete, but its might couldn't be underestimated. However, in this fiery domain, the tree fire spirit, golden wolf, ice mountain, and so on hadn't been able to exert their true might before they were burned to death. Fortunately, the Qilin divine beast and the volcanic crater's might was boosted instead, and they charged directly into the midst of the flaming beasts and wreaked havoc on their bodies. However, this attack hadn't completely destroyed their beast cores, and they still had a chance to be reborn. However, Ling Xiao didn't want them to be reborn, and he'd already thought of a way to subdue them. He directly flashed over and gathered their beast cores together, and then he used his energy to isolate the nearby flames. His palm was immediately suffused with a cold energy, and layers of ice crystals firmly sealed their beast cores, causing them to be unable to gather the flames from the outside world and reform their bodies. Ling Xiao's thick ice seal couldn't be maintained for long under such high temperatures, so he put them into the medicinal cauldron and completely isolated them from this fiery domain, making it impossible for them to be reborn. After taking down these peak of the 10th step flame beasts, the pressure on Ling Xiao was greatly reduced, and he immediately broke out of the encirclement. He didn't know how long he had been running for, but he had completely lost sight of the vermilion bird divine beast. However, the number of flame beasts he encountered wasn't few at all, and the power of the flames was getting stronger and stronger, burning him to the point that he felt extremely uncomfortable. This made him wonder if he had rushed to the territory of the flame beasts. Ling Xiao really had no other choice. He simply stopped moving, and as long as the flame beasts appeared, he would immediately kill them. After all, the intelligence of the flame beasts wasn't high, and they only knew how to attack blindly. Their defense was extremely weak, allowing him to easily destroy the beast core, or directly pick it out and freeze it. Ling Xiao unexpectedly discovered that the heavenly fire pearl was extremely interested in the flame beast's beast core, and actually sent him a message that it wanted to absorb it. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then immediately took out a flame beast's beast core that was sealed in ice. A wisp of flame appeared in his palm, and entangled with the beast core. ZZ. The beast core actually wanted to borrow the power of the flames to regenerate its body, but its power was forcefully absorbed and divided by the flames, causing it to be unable to borrow the flames at all. It even sucked the beast core's power into its sea of consciousness. The demonic heavenly fire pearl released a cheerful intent, and its suction force immediately increased. A ball of flame wrapped around the beast core, absorbing the beast core's power to its heart's content. Ling Xiao could feel that as the heavenly fire pearl absorbed the power of the inferno beast's core, the flames it emitted were actually able to assimilate the power of the inferno realm's raging flames and reduce the pain he felt. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He believed that as long as the demonic heavenly fire pearl absorbed the power of a few more beast cores, it would definitely be able to completely resist the power of the fire domain, allowing him to move freely here. He wouldn't need to consume too much divine power to block the flames. However, just as Ling Xiao was feeling complacent, a stage 11 flame beast quietly appeared. This time, he was definitely in big trouble. Chapter 1438. Even though it was only a low-level 11th order flame beast, its strength was amplified here, and its attack power was definitely comparable to that of a peak low-level beast, or even a mid-level one. Ling Xiao was so focused on absorbing the power of the beast core that he didn't notice that the 11th order flame beast had quietly arrived. It seemed to be more patient, and its eyes, which were filled with hostility, were emitting a thick radiance. It was only 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao. Suddenly, it sped up and swooped down like a wave of fire. The flame beast's life aura was extremely weak, and this was its territory. If it wanted to hide, it would not be easy to find, not to mention that it was so powerful. When Ling Xiao noticed the movement, it was already too late for him to dodge. He roared in alarm and swung his fist to block it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The collision of forces caused the entire fiery domain to churn endlessly. A figure was knocked far away by the wave of fire, and the golden blood he spat out was instantly evaporated by the flames here. Ling Xiao was injured. There was no way he wouldn't be injured. The other party was an 11th order flame beast, and the power of its charge was enormous. If it weren't for his abnormal physical body, this blow would have been enough to take his life. Ling Xiao dragged his injured body and retreated, the ancient Emperor Divine Art constantly healing his injuries. At the same time, the Bodhi Divine Bow appeared in his hand, and a non-Bodhi Divine arrow was knocked on it as he instantly shot towards the flame beast. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the Bodhi Divine arrow was because the fire attribute energy here was too violent. As the saying goes, fire restrains wood, so it would be difficult for him to display the true power of the Bodhi Divine Bow. Instead, it would waste the limited Bodhi Divine arrow, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to use the special top-grade arrow instead. However, after changing to the special arrow, he couldn't display the true power of the Bodhi Divine Bow. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's strength was not the same as before. Even if he couldn't display the terrifying power of the Bodhi Divine Bow, the power of this arrow was enough to shake an ordinary sovereign. After all, Ling Xiao had raised all of his strength, and his combat strength was definitely very powerful. Xiao. The divine arrow feather attacked the flaming beast. However, before the divine arrow feather could reach the flaming beast, it was burned to ashes by the raging flames in front of it. I'm going to faint. I forgot that these flames can burn any divine weapon. Only ancient god weapons can withstand it. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and continued to retreat. At the same time, he stretched out two fingers, and two completely different forces blasted towards the flaming beast. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art, 6th move, Twin Dragon Baneful Wind. The fire burned the finance, and the wind fueled the fire of the liquid gold. This kind of destructive force directly hit the flame beast's forehead. Not only did the flame beast not avoid it, but it also opened its mouth and absorbed the energy. Rumble. The power of Ling Xiao's finger attack could be compared to the power of a true incipient god realm expert. It directly exploded the flaming beast. The flame beast's body started to fester, but it quickly recovered with the help of the fire. Ling Xiao took advantage of the opportunity to close in once again. He pointed out with his finger again, and this time, it was even more powerful than before. This finger attack was the real killer move. The previous finger attack was just a trick to distract the enemy. It was the embodiment of Ling Xiao's rich fighting experience, and also his brilliant fighting skills. Indeed, the flame beast with low intelligence couldn't dodge. Its forehead was directly hit by Ling Xiao's finger attack. The finger radiance directly broke through the flame beast's not very thick defense, and directly attacked its beast core. Of course, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to use this finger attack to blow up the flame beast. It just affected its movement a little bit, making it unable to recover quickly and affecting its attack. Ling Xiao roared and used the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art one more time. The power of his fist directly smashed the entire space into nothingness. Each of his punches smashed the flame beast's body into smithereens. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, seemed to have gone all out. Each of his punches contained all his divine power. Each punch was enough to collapse the mountains and split the earth. In the end, the flame beast's head was also blown up by Ling Xiao's punch. The beast core wanted to regenerate its power, but Ling Xiao directly grabbed it and sealed it in ice. He didn't give it any chance and quickly put it into the medicine cauldron. After taking down the 11th level flame beast, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had used up a lot of his divine power. He immediately took out a divine elixir and swallowed it, recovering much of his strength. At the same time, the demon heavenly fire pearl continued to absorb the flame beast's beast core to increase its power, so that he could adapt to the environment here as much as possible. For some reason, after the 11th level flame beast appeared, no other flame beasts rushed over. It was as if they had all disappeared at the same time. Ling Xiao was happy to have the peace and quiet. He immediately sped up the absorption of the flame beast's beast core. After a few beast cores were absorbed by the heavenly fire pearl, the heavenly fire pearl's power increased greatly. Quite a bit of feedback power flowed down towards Ling Xiao's divine bridge. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that these flame beasts' beast cores would actually allow the heavenly fire pearl to advance. The power it gave back just happened to deepen his foundation, allowing him to compress it again and again. Once he broke through to the Supreme Being stage, he would definitely be able to stabilize his realm. After all, the heavenly fire pearl still couldn't reach the same level of strength as him. Unless it advanced another level, the power it gave back might be able to break through his realm's strength and directly reach the Supreme Being stage. Of course, if he wanted to advance another level, he still had to absorb a large amount of fire attribute energy here, or the flame beast's beast cores. Ling Xiao didn't act too hastily. Now that the heavenly fire pearl had advanced, the burning pain had disappeared. He only felt a little hot and dry here, but other than that, he didn't feel any discomfort. However, if he wanted to continue advancing, he still wouldn't be able to block out even more intense flame areas. He didn't dare to move recklessly now. He continued to absorb the flame beast's beast cores and the flame energy around him, replenishing the heavenly fire pearl's power. At the same time, he quietly waited for the vermilion bird to come find him. He believed that the vermilion bird was incomparably familiar with this place. Not only could it shake off the flame beasts, it could also sense his presence. However, after staying here for a long time, the vermilion bird still hadn't come to find him. This made Ling Xiao a little annoyed. If he were to let him wander around this vast fire field, he didn't know when he would reach the end. He allowed the heavenly fire pearl to absorb the energy here on its own. At the same time, he prepared to look around to see if he could find any divine objects. The Genesis stone was in the flame beast's territory. Could it be here as well? Just as Ling Xiao was using his god's eye to scan the surroundings, another danger quietly approached. Ling Xiao observed for a while and saw that there were fire divine crystals and fire meteorites nearby. He didn't think twice and immediately went over to collect them. The fire divine crystals that could be preserved well in this place could be considered top-quality divine crystals. Compared to ordinary divine crystals, they were dozens of times more valuable. To warriors who cultivated the fire attribute, they were the best divine crystals to absorb. Moreover, the fire meteorites in this place were much purer than the ones he had encountered on the way here. After he collected these divine crystals and fire meteorites, he wanted to continue searching. However, the heavenly fire pearl in his sea of consciousness kept jumping, sending out extremely intense and nervous signals. What's going on? Ling Xiao also became anxious. All of a sudden, a wave of fire that was even more intense than the ones in this area rushed over. Ling Xiao thought that it was the appearance of an even more terrifying flame beast, so he hastily retreated. However, the strange thing was that the fire waves were just scaring people. They actually all retreated, and all the flames in the vicinity were surging towards one direction, as if something was attracting them. Ling Xiao felt very strange. The heavenly fire pearl in his sea of consciousness was jumping more and more violently as if a great enemy was approaching. Ling Xiao looked through the flames and gradually saw a vague shadow. This shadow was definitely not a flame beast, but the shadow of a bird beast. The bird raised its head, its body was thin, and its flaming wings were fluttering. When the firebird came closer, Ling Xiao was so happy. Vermilion bird divine beast. This firebird looked exactly the same as the vermilion bird divine beast. It looked exceptionally beautiful. Right when Ling Xiao was about to confront it, his face suddenly changed. He shouted in fear, "No, it's not the vermilion bird." Following that, he quickly retreated, his body already drenched in cold sweat from the shock. Although this firebird looked exactly the same as the vermilion bird, it did not have the rich life aura of the vermilion bird. The color of its feathers was also completely different, and there was no Xianxia or the little vermilion bird on its back. Its sharp eyes were filled with intense hostility. It gave off a feeling similar to the flame beast, but it was much more terrifying. This was a terrifying realm that had reached the middle stage of the 11th level. This firebird had actually sucked away all the flames within tens of thousands of meters, turning the area into nothingness. It stared at Ling Xiao with a savage expression, but it did not attack immediately. Instead, it looked up to the sky and chirped a few times. Screech! As its voice fell, the heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness kept urging him to leave. If he did not leave, the heavenly fire pearl would rush out of Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness and escape by itself. Ling Xiao was no longer confident. Facing this firebird that had caused the heavenly fire pearl to lose its composure, he had no chance of winning. If he did not escape, he would die. Ling Xiao turned around and began to escape at full speed. His speed was comparable to that of an ordinary supreme being, so fast that not even his shadow could be seen. However, even though he was fast, the firebird was even faster. It had the ability to control all flames. With a flap of its wings, countless flaming feathers immediately circled around Ling Xiao from both sides, sealing off all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. Then, the firebird's real body finally moved, pecking directly at Ling Xiao's head. This firebird was already at the mid-stage 11th level, and its speed was many times faster than Ling Xiao's. In the blink of an eye, it was above Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao did not even have a chance to react. The firebird was already pecking at Ling Xiao's head. This peck would definitely kill a low-level supreme being. Even a mid-level supreme being would die if he could not avoid it. After all, the head was the most important part of a human. Once it was destroyed, death was inevitable. Ling Xiao was only at the great circle of the incipient god realm. Could he withstand the power of this firebird's peck? Ah! Chapter 1439. Pain. Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain from the top of his head, and his entire body was sent plummeting downwards. Fortunately, his head was fine. With the powerful defense of the divine dragon phoenix hoop, his head wouldn't be damaged. Unless he had a top-grade ancient divine weapon, Ling Xiao's head would at most feel a jolt of pain no matter what kind of heavy blow he received. On the other hand, the firebird was sent flying by the power of the divine dragon phoenix hoop. Its sharp beak was deformed, and it cried out in pain. The way it looked at Ling Xiao had changed. It had thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow, but it didn't expect that it would peck a steel plate instead. It was in so much pain. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and rubbed his head, which was still intact. He rejoiced in his heart. This bird is really scary. It's best to escape. Ling Xiao didn't dare to stay any longer and tried to escape again. He didn't have the strength to challenge this firebird. Ling Xiao directly dove into this space. This was the direction that the heavenly fire pearl had pointed him in. Regardless of whether it was correct or not, he had to escape first. This time, Ling Xiao used all his strength and fled at full speed. He definitely couldn't let this firebird target him again. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. The firebird seemed to be afraid of Ling Xiao, and it didn't chase after him immediately. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been fleeing. he discovered that the flames below were becoming more and more intense, burning him to the point that even the power of the heavenly fire pearl couldn't withstand it. F***CK. What kind of flames are these? Even a supreme being is about to be burned to death. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly up quite a distance. He knew that if he continued to go down, he would definitely be roasted by the purplish-black flames below. Needless to say, the purplish-black flames below were definitely top-grade flames. Why did the heavenly fire pearl bring him here? Just as Ling Xiao was feeling puzzled, he looked through the thick purplish-black flames and discovered a purplish-black boulder. This purplish-black boulder was extremely thick, and the purplish-black flames seemed to have appeared on it. Ling Xiao could feel a strong primordial energy from this boulder. This was a kind of energy that could only be formed when the primordial energy was extremely concentrated. Is this the Genesis Source Stone? Ling Xiao couldn't help but scream in surprise. Ling Xiao's heart raced. He had never seen the Genesis Stone before, but he could feel the thick fire element Genesis power in this place. If it wasn't the Genesis Stone, it would be impossible. He had never thought that the Genesis Stone he needed would appear under his feet. No wonder why the Sky Fire Bead couldn't help but want to come here. If the Heaven Fire Bead could absorb all the dark purple flames around the Genesis Stone, it could grow into a more intimidating existence. At that time, its flame could even burn down a supreme incipient God realm expert. Whoosh! While Ling Xiao was thinking about how to take the Genesis Stone, the Firebird screeched in fear. A fiery shadow dashed towards him. This time, Ling Xiao couldn't dodge anymore. He had to find a way to chase the Firebird away. Otherwise, not only would he lose the Genesis Stone, but he would also be killed by the Firebird. Ling Xiao's God Soul Clone appeared. This time, he couldn't reserve anything. The God Soul Clone had the power of a supreme expert, but it didn't have the supernatural abilities of a supreme expert. However, it could increase its fighting competence dozens of times. Moreover, it could use the Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing technique. It was enough to stall the Firebird. The God Soul Clone punched out many terrifying fists. With the help of the firepower around, it continuously bombarded the Firebird. The Firebird looked disdainful. It flapped its wings, and countless amounts of fire energy were drawn to it. Unexpectedly, the fiery fists that Ling Xiao had shot out were smashed by it. Ling Xiao realized that he didn't know how to play with fire in front of it. The Firebird quickly flew to the front of Ling Xiao's God Soul Clone. Its flaming wings directly slashed at Ling Xiao's waist, trying to cut Ling Xiao into halves. Ling Xiao didn't dodge, but he faced the Firebird's flaming wings head-on. He believed that the body of this Firebird and the other flaming beasts wasn't perfect. They were all condensed from flames. Besides the fierceness of the fire, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Powerful forces collided. Ling Xiao's fists didn't suffer much damage, but he was blown away by the Firebird's power. The Firebird's flaming wings slightly dispersed, and it instantly attracted the nearby flames to recover. In this environment, the Firebird was almost invincible, unless Ling Xiao could hurt its beast core like he did with the flaming beasts. However, the Firebird's power couldn't be compared to the flaming beasts. It was more than 10 times stronger than the previous level. 11 flaming beasts, and its intelligence was higher than theirs. Under such circumstances, even though Ling Xiao's God Soul Clone had the ability to increase its power, it couldn't easily take it down. Moreover, it looked like it wanted to kill Ling Xiao, as if there was something about Ling Xiao that was worth its attention. Ling Xiao's God Soul Clone unleashed the Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art to the extreme, and the power it released was infinitely close to that of a mid-stage supreme being. The sea of flames in the vicinity surged and churned violently. Even though Ling Xiao was already fighting with all his strength, it was already very good that he could block the Firebird's attack. It was almost impossible to take it down. His God Soul Clone had consumed a lot of energy, and it was already injured multiple times. If he wasn't careful, this God Soul Clone would be killed by the Firebird. On the other side, Ling Xiao's true body was already making all his preparations. He was thinking of a way to get close to the Firebird and use the Divine Bodhi Bow and Divine Bodhi Arrow to launch the best counterattack. This was the only ancient god weapon he could take out. Whether or not he could injure the Firebird depended on this attack. However, the greatest weakness of the Divine Bodhi Bow was that it was greatly affected by the environment. Therefore, he had to get close to the Firebird in order to guarantee that he could kill it in one shot. Of course, The best method was to use his god soul clone to shoot. His strength was much stronger than his true body. However, without his god soul clone to restrain it, how could his true body stand a chance against the firebird? However, before he shot, Ling Xiao did something shocking. His divine obsidian cauldron actually enveloped the purplish-black flames below, absorbing the vast amount of purplish-black flames into the cauldron. If it was an ordinary ancient god artifact, it would have been melted by the flames before it could collect them. However, the divine obsidian cauldron was a top-grade ancient god artifact like the dragon phoenix divine hoop. It was one of the most powerful divine artifacts. The divine obsidian cauldron could absorb such a flame, and it was enough to burn a supreme incipient god realm expert into ashes. Why did Ling Xiao want to absorb this flame? In the next moment, the answer was clear. Ling Xiao lifted the divine obsidian cauldron, which had become so massive, with a powerful aura, as if he could move the mountain to repay the world. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was almost exhausted. It was no longer able to fight the firebird, so it instantly returned to his knowledge sea, lest the divine soul doppelganger was completely destroyed. That would not be worth it. The firebird found that Ling Xiao's god soul clone was gone, so its target was Ling Xiao's true body. Come on, bastard. This king will play with fire with you. Ling Xiao roared angrily. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, he tilted the divine obsidian cauldron to the side, and his palm fiercely slapped the bottom of the divine obsidian cauldron. Clang! As Ling Xiao's palm slammed against the bottom of the divine obsidian cauldron, a terrifying power akin to the explosion of a star suddenly burst forth from the mouth of the cauldron. Countless purplish-black flames rapidly burned towards the firebird. These purple-black flames were extremely powerful. When they exploded, they drowned and replaced the ordinary purple flames. The temperature in the surroundings instantly soared. Even the protective divine light of a supreme expert would be completely burned and evaporated. Even a supreme expert wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be burned alive. The firebird seemed to be very afraid of these purple-black flames. It cried out in alarm, but it was already too late for it to escape. Its entire body was being burned, and its fiery feathers were constantly melting. Its entire body was about to be burned and destroyed. As for Ling Xiao, he wanted to take the opportunity to shoot arrows, but he was similarly burned by the terrifying flames. He hurriedly put away the divine obsidian cauldron and hid far away. At the same time, he used the heavenly fire pearl to get rid of these purple-black flames. However, these purple-black flames were extremely powerful. The flames of the heavenly fire pearl couldn't devour them. Instead, the purple-black flames incessantly burned Ling Xiao's arm. Very soon, it was already charred black. It was so painful that Ling Xiao cried out repeatedly. He had no choice but to use the innate Yin Wind Pearl's Yin Qi and the ice attribute's absolute chill to suppress these purple-black flames at the same time. He planned to extinguish them, but it was to no avail. These purple-black flames were too violent, and their power was too extreme. If there were more purple-black flames on his body, he would have been completely burned to ashes. Damn it, I might as well just cut off my arm. Ling Xiao was tormented to the point that he was sweating profusely. The pain was unbearable. His arm was about to be crippled, and it was still spreading to the other parts of his body. He roared in alarm and wanted to tear off his arm. After all, after reaching the Divine King realm, even broken limbs could be regenerated. It was just that it would consume a lot of divine power. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to do so, the heavenly fire pearl finally unleashed all its power. Balls of deep purple flames forcefully dragged the purple-black flames into the spiritual sea to refine it. After all, the heavenly fire pearl had just advanced, and its power had increased explosively. It might not be able to deal with a large amount of purple-black flames, but it could still deal with this bit of purple-black flames. Refining and absorbing these purple-black flames would also be of great benefit to the heavenly fire pearl. Ling Xiao sensed the situation of the heavenly fire pearl in his spiritual sea. The purple-black flames had already been devoured by it, and it was still giving off a feeling of joy. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and quickly healed his charred arm. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "These flames are really terrifying. If I can collect some of them, even if I were to fight against a supreme being, I would be able to catch them off guard. I might even be able to burn them to death." Just as Ling Xiao was about to do so, he heard the firebird's cry of alarm again. Ling Xiao was shocked. It's still not dead. Chapter 1440. The firebird was also born here, but it imitated the vermilion bird divine beast's appearance and attack pattern, which puzzled Ling Xiao. However, its power of fire was at most one level higher than the heavenly fire bead, so it should have been melted by the purplish-black flames. But now, he could still hear it screeching. This made Ling Xiao very surprised. Ling Xiao looked into the distance and saw a fiery figure struggling. The two flames were entangled, and the purplish-black flames had the upper hand. Under the fiery figure was the firebird's beast core. No, it wasn't a beast core, but a bead. A round jade-like bead was entangled by two kinds of flames, exuding a strong aura of fire origin. Above it was the shadow of the firebird. It was constantly struggling and gathering the power of fire, but it was unable to digest the purple-black flames all at once. It was as if it was being burned black and blue by the purple-black flames, but at the same time, it seemed as if it was trying to assimilate the purple-black flames and absorb them into the bead. After a while, as the purplish-black flames were absorbed into the bead, the firebird's shadow became much more real, and the color of its feathers gradually changed. However, it was still impossible for it to transform into a real firebird in an instant. It needed a much larger amount of purplish-black flames to achieve that. Moreover, the bead had also changed. Fine cracks appeared on the bead's body. It was obvious that it couldn't withstand absorbing and assimilating the purplish-black flames. When Ling Xiao saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim, This firebird is transformed from the heavenly fire bead? Could it be that the heavenly fire bead can transform when it reaches a certain level? Ling Xiao thought back to the blazing flame bead that he had refined in the past. It was a bead that could take shape, but it didn't have any life aura. It was just an illusory form and couldn't be compared to this firebird. And this bead that had transformed into a firebird clearly had this ability. He wondered if his demonic heavenly fire bead could also transform? Or could it become an independent existence after reaching a certain level? After all, everything in the world had its own laws. When things reached a certain level, they might be able to transform into something new. Otherwise, how could there be all sorts of creatures in the world? Ling Xiao finally understood why the demon sky fire bead was so nervous and afraid. It turned out that this firebird was the same kind of sky fire bead that wanted to devour it to advance. The reason why those flaming beasts no longer appeared was probably because of the appearance of the heavenly fire bead. This was the Nirvana space, so this heavenly fire orb that could already transform into a human form for battle should be called the Nirvana heavenly fire orb. Furthermore, it was currently undergoing its first round of evolution. Perhaps after this evolution, it could really become a different kind of divine beast, the vermilion bird. This Nirvana heavenly fire orb was indeed worthy of its name. Now was definitely the best time for Ling Xiao to escape, but Ling Xiao did not want to give up on the urge to take this heaven-defying heavenly fire pearl for himself. Once he was unable to subdue it, he would definitely be devoured by it and die. Ling Xiao had no choice but to carefully consider whether he should make a move on this Nirvanic heavenly fire pearl or not. This was a heaven-defying opportunity, but it was also the most dangerous crisis. The demon sky fire bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness kept urging Ling Xiao to leave. Even if it wanted to stay here and slowly increase its level, it did not want to become the energy for the Nirvanic heavenly fire pearl to advance. It seems that it can't refine this purple-black fire in a short time. If I send more purple-black fire over, will it be able to burn that bead? If I do that, will its energy be divided? Ling Xiao ignored the demon sky fire bead's urging and thought about what to do next. In fact, deep in his heart, he really wanted to take this Nirvanic heavenly fire pearl. Forget it. Let's go back and take the Genesis stone first. Ling Xiao could not think of how to take this Nirvanic heavenly fire pearl, so he decided to take the Genesis stone first. The Genesis stone was covered by layers of purple-black fire. Ling Xiao could not get close to it. He did not want to be burned by these purple-black fire. Even if he could not get close to the Genesis stone, he had plenty of ways to take it. Ling Xiao enlarged the obsidian cauldron again and shrouded the Genesis stone below. While he was taking the Genesis stone, he was also taking a lot of purple-black fire. Even if these purple-black fire had the power to burn an ancient divine weapon, they were still a little weaker than the obsidian cauldron, a top ancient divine weapon. Rumble! When the Genesis stone was pulled up by the strong suction, it let out a series of muffled sounds, causing the purple-black fire nearby to become incomparably wild. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly up a bit more to avoid being touched by the purple-black flames. As the Genesis stone was slowly lifted, More and more pieces of dark purple divine crystals flew out from its original position. Ling Xiao was extremely happy. This kind of purple-black divine crystal was absolutely the purest and best of all divine crystals. How could he let it go? Ling Xiao waved his hand and sucked one of the purple-black divine crystals into his palm. An incomparably scorching power entangled him. There is still some purple-black fire left. The power it contains is really not random. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He directly shattered the purple-black fire and absorbed its power. Wisps of frantic power entered his body. He could clearly feel that the power contained in this purple-black divine crystal was more than 100 times thicker than the best quality fire divine crystal. This was a divine crystal that had stayed beside the Genesis stone for a long time. It was already stained with the Genesis power. The power it contained was naturally incomparably vast. To a god king who cultivated the fire attribute, this power was definitely not any weaker than a stalk of divine grass. Dozens of purple-black divine crystals were probably enough for a low-level god king to directly reach the peak of low-level god king realm. At the same time, it could also condense wisps of purple-black origin flame to strengthen the offensive power of the fire. Ling Xiao was extremely happy when he felt the surging power of these purple-black divine crystals. He waved his hand and collected all of them into the obsidian divine cauldron. The obsidian divine cauldron was divided into a total of 5 layers. Each layer had a different space. The first layer was the largest. He had already divided it into several regions. One region was for people to quietly cultivate. One region was for various divine materials. The purple-black divine crystals were grouped together in this region. The other region was for the purple-black fire and the Genesis stone. If he didn't divide the regions, Shenyu Xiangma and Jiangxian would not have a place to stay in the medicinal cauldron. However, when most of the purple-black divine crystals fell into the divine cauldron, the nirvanic heavenly fire bead in the distance moved. It actually used the flames to directly sweep the purple-black divine crystals towards it. There were many purple-black divine crystals in the vicinity. Ling Xiao only collected half of them. The remaining half was actually snatched by the nirvanic heavenly fire bead. This really made Ling Xiao's heart ache. Damn the heavenly fire bead. Does it also want to absorb the power of these purple-black divine crystals? Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. At this moment, the mountain-like Genesis stone was finally completely collected by the obsidian divine cauldron. As the Genesis stone was taken, the space around this area became chaotic. The purple-black flames vaguely showed signs of storming up from below. Ling Xiao retrieved the obsidian divine cauldron. He already wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, when he looked at the nirvanic heavenly fire bead that had already healed the cracks on the bead, he was filled with reluctance. If it was collected and the demonic heavenly fire bead fused with it, its power would definitely be shocking. It could even melt an ancient divine tool. At that time when fighting with any supremes, it would have a huge advantage. However, even if Ling Xiao racked his brains, he could not think of any way to subdue this nirvanic heavenly fire bead. After all, his demonic heavenly fire bead was definitely not of a higher level than the nirvanic heavenly fire bead, and his current strength was not enough to directly suppress it. Furthermore, none of his divine tools could do anything to it. Even the obsidian divine cauldron was unable to directly suck it into the cauldron. After all, it had already developed intelligence and consciousness. Unless it was willing, it would only be possible. After hesitating for a while, Ling Xiao already knew that he had no other choice but to leave immediately. Otherwise, the rising purple-black fire would float up and burn him to ashes. Right at this moment, a series of loud and clear neigh sounds rang out in alarm. Whoosh! Ling Xiao looked to the side and saw a fire shadow rushing over from a direction. On top of the fire shadow, there were obviously 2 human figures. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and quickly rushed towards the fire shadow. It was the vermilion bird divine beast. It had brought Xianxia and the little vermilion bird to find him. When Xianxia saw that Ling Xiao was safe and sound, she immediately cried out, "Big brother! Big brother!" Previously, in order to get rid of those flame beasts, the vermilion bird had no choice but to bring Xianxia and the little vermilion bird away. After all, it believed that Xianxia and the little vermilion bird were the existences it valued the most. When Ling Xiao was blasted down, it could not immediately save him. Otherwise, if it was surrounded by those stage 11 flame beasts, it might still be able to deal with them and escape. but it would definitely affect the safety of Xianxia and the little vermilion bird. Ling Xiao flew to the side of the vermilion bird divine beast, looked at Xianxia and said, "Haha, it's great to be able to see you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Suddenly, Xianxia threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace and cried, "Big brother, I'm sorry, I almost killed you. I thought you were gone." This girl's crying revealed her true feelings, which warmed Ling Xiao's heart. Ling Xiao gently caressed Xiaoxuan's back and said, "Don't cry, I'm fine, aren't I? I just got separated from you guys, that's all. Let's go now, I've already obtained the Genesis Stone." Ling Xiao didn't know how many days had passed since he had entered this nirvana space. It could have been 1 year or 2 years. However, as he could get the Genesis Stone, he had reached his goal this time. However, when Ling Xiao let Xianxia return to the vermilion bird divine beast's back, the vermilion bird divine beast discovered the existence of the nirvana flame bead and rushed towards it. Ling Xiao turned pale with fright and exclaimed, "Don't go over." Chapter 1441. The Nirvana Skyfire Bead's power was terrifying for it to be able to condense into an intermediate stage 11th level firebird. Ling Xiao's demonic Skyfire Bead had just evolved. If it were to transform, it would at most reach advanced stage 10th level. The reason why it wasn't afraid of the flames here was naturally because they came from the same source. It could also borrow their power to increase its strength. Therefore, even though the demonic Skyfire Bead had evolved, it was still very fearful of the Nirvana Skyfire Bead. If the Nirvana Skyfire Bead could successfully break through this time, it would probably reach the peak of intermediate stage 11th level, or even advanced stage 11th level. However, the process of breaking through wasn't something that could be done overnight. It would take a few years if it was fast, and a few hundred years if it was slow. It might even take 1,000 years or more. As for the demonic Skyfire Bead in Ling Xiao's consciousness, it was able to break through so quickly because its level wasn't too high. Secondly, it had been in Ling Xiao's consciousness for a long time and had been cleansed by Ling Xiao's mental energy fluid and soul force. It already possessed a higher level of intelligence. Moreover, every time Ling Xiao's strength increased, it also benefited greatly. It had long reached a bottleneck, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to break through in a short period of time. The Nirvana Skyfire Bead was trying to think of a way to resist the purplish-black flames. At the same time, it was planning to use the purplish-black flames to undergo a new round of transformation and breakthrough. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. The vermilion bird actually charged toward the Nirvana Skyfire Bead. Ling Xiao was shocked to the extreme. Xianxia had just returned to the vermilion bird's back. If she was touched by the purplish-black flames along with the vermilion bird, wouldn't she be dead? Ling Xiao instantly chased after her from behind. He used his dragon capturing claw to grab Xianxia. He had to protect her. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the vermilion bird. He couldn't even touch the corner of Xiaoxuan's clothes. No! Ling Xiao could already see the vermilion bird diving into the purplish-black flames to devour the Nirvana Skyfire Bead. Ling Xiao's heart was already in his throat. He didn't hesitate to rush in that direction. There was a large amount of purplish-black flames in front of him. This was the result of using the medicinal cauldron to deal with the firebird. Now it had become his burial fire. But when Ling Xiao rushed over, a strange scene appeared. The large and small vermilion bird had already split up. The large vermilion bird held the escaping Nirvanic Skyfire orb in its mouth, as if it wanted to devour it, while the small vermilion bird had devoured all of the nearby purple-black flames. Xianxia, on the other hand, was completely fine. The divine robe she wore emitted a powerful energy, wrapping around her perfectly, allowing her to remain completely unaffected by the sea of flames. Ling Xiao stopped in an instant and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that the vermilion bird mythological beast had already prepared a backup plan. It had really given him a fright. "Xianxia, come over here. The purplish-black flames are very scary." Ling Xiao shouted. The dragon capturing claw reappeared and instantly pulled Xianxia over from thousands of miles away. "Big brother, I'm fine. I just feel a little hot," Xianxia said. What are they doing? They even dare to absorb the purplish-black flames? Aren't they afraid of being hurt by the flames? Ling Xiao pointed at the two vermilion birds and said, "Big brother, don't worry. They have the body of the fire god. No fire can hurt them. The purplish-black flames contain great power. It's the essence they need to enhance their strength. Xianxia explained. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead. Only then did he remember that the fire god was the vermilion bird divine beast. No matter how strong the flames were, they couldn't hurt them at all. He really worried for nothing. However, Ling Xiao was very concerned about the Nirvana flame pearl. It was actually swallowed by the vermilion bird divine beast. The vermilion bird divine beast cried out incessantly. Waves of flames spread out in all directions like waves of fire. The power of the vibrations was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao immediately pulled Xianxia away without thinking. Once they were affected by its power, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The little vermilion bird divine beast didn't stay beside the big vermilion bird divine beast. It actually rushed towards the purplish-black flames that were floating in the air. It opened its mouth and tried to absorb them all. Ling Xiao's horizons were greatly broadened. A divine beast was worthy of being called a divine beast. It really wasn't something ordinary beasts could compare to. They really had a unique ten-bin. After an unknown amount of time, the little vermilion bird had absorbed most of the purplish-black flames and the purplish-black divine crystals below. Its aura was now close to the peak of the mid-10th order. Obviously, these purplish-black divine crystals were great supplements for it, causing it to cry out happily. It flew back to Ling Xiao and Xianxia and handed over a pile of purplish-black divine crystals to Xianxia. Little Xianxia, put them away. They'll be of great benefit to you. Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony. She put these purplish-black divine crystals into her spatial ring and smiled. Thank you, big sister K. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have advanced to this realm so quickly. Indeed, when Xianxia first entered this nirvana space, she was only at the level of the Holy Emperor. But after leaving this place, she reached the mid-stage divine king realm in one fell swoop and obtained the help of the vermilion bird divine beast. The purplish-black divine crystals in front of her were also a kind of divine object. For a fire attribute cultivator like her, they were of unparalleled benefit. Alright, let's go back first. Mother won't be done so soon. It might be taking this opportunity to make a breakthrough. The little vermilion bird said. It then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Thank you. If you hadn't come here and attracted this bead, my mother wouldn't have been able to find it and eat it. Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment, but then he waved his hand and said, It was just a coincidence. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with bitterness and satisfaction. He had wanted to take this nirvana fire bead for himself, but now it had become food for the vermilion bird divine beast. From the little vermilion bird's tone, it seemed like the big vermilion bird could use this nirvana fire bead to make a breakthrough and reach the advanced stage of the 11th stage. When that time came, its combat power would probably be unbeatable. Under the little vermilion bird's lead, Ling Xiao and Xianxia left the big vermilion bird's territory. Their goal was to go to the vermilion bird divine beast's territory. The little vermilion bird was obviously very familiar with this place. It chose a direction that completely avoided the areas where flaming beasts roamed. Along the way, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask Xianxia about the research on the vermilion bird divine beast's territory. Would it be a fire domain like this? However, Xianxuan's answer surprised Ling Xiao. It was a land that existed in the fire domain, and there was a very tall flaming tree. That tree was one of the 9 divine trees, the divine parasol tree. The divine parasol tree was a divine tree exclusively inhabited by vermilion birds and phoenixes. It had the aura and attributes of divine beasts, and a single parasol tree could make a martial artist have the body of a fire god. It could increase one's divine power and was extremely helpful in controlling fire god power. Apart from that, it also had the miraculous effect of resurrection. This miraculous effect of resurrection was different from the miraculous effect of resurrection from the Tree of Immortality. The Tree of Immortality's sap and fruit could make a person who was almost dead come back to life. However, not only could the parasol tree revive a person who had just died, but it could also make that person's power more powerful than before they died. It could achieve the miraculous effect of resurrection and greatly increase one's ability. Of course, one could not say that the parasol tree was of a higher level than the Tree of Immortality. In reality, among the 9 divine trees, the Tree of Immortality ranked higher than the parasol tree. After all, the Tree of Immortality could make mortals live forever, but the parasol tree did not have this miraculous effect. Apart from the parasol tree's fruit, its dry branches were top-notch divine materials that could be used to refine fire attribute divine weapons. The divine weapons refined from them could increase the fire attribute power by more than 10 times. Meanwhile, the parasol tree's leaf was a divine material that could increase one's divine power. Even for a supremacy, it had the miraculous effect of increasing one's power. It had reached the level of a supremacy divine material. Ling Xiao could not help but look forward to seeing this legendary divine tree as soon as possible. He thought to himself, it would be great if I could obtain some parasol tree fruits, parasol tree branches, and parasol tree leaves. It had to be said that Ling Xiao always had an insatiably greedy heart. Of course, this was everyone's nature. He was just showing his true nature. There was no time in the fire territory, and the little vermilion bird's flying speed was not as fast as the big vermilion bird's. Therefore, it would take a long time for it to fly Ling Xiao and Xianxia to reach their territory. Xianxia had said that if the big vermilion bird had flown with them, they would have reached their destination by now. After all, the difference between the two vermilion birds was too big. Their flying speed was also more than 100 times slower. Of course, they were much slower. During these days, Ling Xiao had not been idle. He had let the demon sky fire bead absorb the flames in this area to increase its power. He had been studying the key to breaking through to the supremacy realm. He had further mastered the tearing technique of this chaotic space current to find his attribute and attack it. It was all thanks to the fire territory that he had learned how to use the power of fire to create the chaotic meteor attack. He could feel that his aura was becoming more and more unstable. He needed a place to continue studying the other attacks of the chaotic space current. As long as he could understand them all, he would be able to reach the incipient god realm. Ling Xiao couldn't wait to get to the vermilion bird's territory as soon as possible. Fortunately, after a long and slow flight, they finally saw a land area. That land area was in the middle of the fire territory. It was surrounded by a sea of fire, but there was not a single flame on this land. It was very strange. From a distance, there were many rocky mountains and a giant red tree that reached the sky. It emitted waves of fiery divine light, which was extremely dazzling. This should be the divine parasol tree. It had a thick pole that rose straight up until it was over 100 meters tall. Many more poles grew out from it, crisscrossing and forming the shape of a bird's nest. The leaves that were like red needles densely covered a large area of space, and one could faintly see crimson sparkling fruits on them. They looked tender and alluring, causing one to drool just by looking at them. Chapter 1442. What a great divine parasol tree! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Actually, among the 9 great divine trees, he had only seen the immortal tree, and it was in his sea of consciousness. This immortal tree used to be a good-for-nothing. It was bewildered by a small illusory demon. Moreover, it had always stayed in the desolate mountain range, but no one could recognize that it was one of the 9 great divine trees. It could only be said that it looked too similar to an ordinary tree. It was really hard to tell them apart. Today, this divine parasol tree was really eye-catching. At first glance, they could tell that it was different from the others. The little vermilion bird carried the 2 of them directly to this continent. This continent wasn't small. They couldn't even see the edge of it. Unfortunately, it was just a rocky mountain with very few living creatures. They couldn't do anything about it. In this harsh environment, it was already not bad to have living creatures. What else could they hope for? Moreover, the divine beast vermilion bird had the fire god body. They were like fish in the water here. As long as they could swallow the flames here, it was enough for them to survive. They didn't need many other resources. Ling Xiao jumped down from the divine beast vermilion bird's back and immediately went to the parasol tree. He looked at the wutong tree with a dumbfounded expression. Shi Yan was surprised to find that the parasol tree had the Genesis stone as its soil. The tree was deeply rooted on the Genesis stone. Its roots were like dragon whiskers and phoenix feathers. They had connected with the massive Genesis stone a long time ago. Waves of fire original energy gathered here, making the energy in this land extremely thick. Any incipient god realm expert with fire class would shout, "Heaven," when he came here. Ling Xiao didn't think that the parasol tree was planted with the Genesis stone. Moreover, most of the rocks around here were fire meteorites. The other rocks weren't low-level either. Even if they were randomly dug out, the blacksmiths would be thrilled. Besides that, there were many fire fruits hanging on the parasol tree. They sparkled with crystal light and looked extremely tempting. They were the parasol fruits that had the magical effect of nirvana. Any supreme expert would go crazy when they saw them. Ling Xiao almost couldn't help but go up and collect all the wutong fruits. However, he did not dare to do so. This wutong tree had definitely developed a tree spirit. Even if he wanted to pluck the wutong fruit, he did not have the ability to do so. Sure enough, at that moment, the parasol tree changed. Branches that resembled dragons and snakes surged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. However, the speed at which the parasol tree branch grew was extremely fast. In an instant, it was about to wrap around Ling Xiao. At this time, the tree of immortality in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness finally took the initiative to appear. Lu Wang appeared in his tree spirit form and waved his green staff at the parasol trees. Papa! Lu Wang was actually able to stop the wutong branch, and he even whipped it so hard that the branch quickly shrank. However, this did not mean that the parasol tree would give up. In a flash, even more branches rushed over, each one as menacing as dragons and snakes. They turned into a vermilion bird's azure claw that enveloped Lu Wang. At the same time, they brought with them waves of terrifying flames. Ling Xiao was horrified. He discovered that the parasol tree's attack was extremely powerful, and its speed was astonishingly fast. Even he could not block it. He could not help but worry for Lu Wang. After all, Lu Wang had gone through many years of recovery and absorbed many wood attribute source items provided by him. However, he knew that Lu Wang's grade was far from the parasol trees. Moreover, the parasol tree was a fire attribute item, so how could Lu Wang possibly block this attack? As expected, Lu Wang let out a strange cry and spread his palms. Countless green vines suddenly appeared and intertwined with the fire branches. Meanwhile, Lu Wang's counterattack was completely one-sided. He could not block the parasol tree's attack at all. Oh my, your parasol tree is really good. You're bullying my old arms and legs. Lu Wang let out a strange cry in an extremely comical manner. His body shrank and he actually made his way through the gaps between the fire branches. The tree staff in his hand directly pierced towards the parasol tree's trunk. Lu Wang looked very old, but his movements were nimble and swift. His attacks were also extremely swift and fierce. Swish! The parasol tree's trunk was completely defenseless and was ruthlessly pierced by Lu Wang. However, when the green energy dissipated, the parasol tree was completely unharmed. Forget it, I really can't beat you, parasol tree. Lu Wang actually sat on the ground and said in an extremely dejected manner. Ling Xiao was prepared to save Lu Wang at any moment. He did not want Lu Wang to be killed by the parasol tree. Although Lu Wang was not very useful to him at the moment, he could absolutely rely on it to protect his life if it stayed. At this moment, a figure walked out from the parasol tree's trunk. Haha, you old fart. I didn't think that you would actually decline to this extent. Your strength is really terrible. The figure laughed boorishly. This figure was the wutong tree's tree spirit. It was an old man about the same age as Lu Wang, but its skin was completely red, and there was a sharp and domineering fiery light between its brows. Ling Xiao was stunned. From the tone of their voices, it seemed like they had known each other for a long time. At this moment, the little vermilion bird flew in front of the parasol tree spirit and happily called out, "Greetings, Grandpa Wu." Xianxia also obediently said, "Greetings, Grandpa Wu." The parasol tree spirit looked at the two of them and nodded with a smile. Good, it's good that you're back. Saves an old man like me from being bored here." It paused for a moment before saying, "You two go play on the side. I'll talk to this old fart. Come to think of it, I don't know how many years it's been since we last met. Time and tide wait for no man. I've regressed, but you're living a better life." Lu Wang looked at the parasol tree and said emotionally, "Yeah, you were stronger than me in the past. Now the tables have turned." The parasol tree's face was full of pride as it said this. Ling Xiao was too lazy to listen to the friendship between these divine trees. He was only concerned about the parasol tree's supreme treasures. He thought, I must let Lu Wang get some benefits. Ling Xiao walked to Xianxia and told her that he was going to cultivate in seclusion and that she shouldn't disturb him for the time being. Of course, Xianxia obediently agreed and wished Ling Xiao a successful breakthrough. Ling Xiao found a spacious area on this continent and set up some restrictions to prevent interference. Then, he prepared to study the key points of the other attributes and break through to the Supreme Realm in one go. Today, he had unprecedented confidence. He was sure that he could reach the Supreme Incipient God Realm this time. Before this, Ling Xiao released the evil demonic heavenly fire bead from his sea of consciousness and let it go to the fiery area outside to absorb the power of the fire to increase its own power. However, as soon as it appeared, it was almost snatched away by the little vermilion bird. It was lucky that Ling Xiao stopped it in time. Otherwise, the evil demonic heavenly fire bead would have been swallowed by the little vermilion bird. After all, no matter how powerful the evil demonic heavenly fire bead was, it couldn't stop the little vermilion bird from forcefully absorbing it. When the evil demonic heavenly fire bead absorbed the energy on its own, Ling Xiao could finally calm down and comprehend the new realm. Since he had already comprehended the power of the origin of the universe, he still had the space turbulence attack of the fire attribute. He only lacked the space turbulence of the 4 attributes of metal, wood, ice, and wind. It all depended on how he could comprehend and control them. Every space contained the power of the 9 great attributes because they were the most basic elements of the world. Not a single one could be missing. Therefore, after reaching the Supreme Realm, he could draw the power of the attributes that belonged to him at any time and use it as the strongest attack. And this kind of space turbulence was a kind of terrifying natural power that belonged to the catastrophe. For example, meteorites, rocks, sharp metal energy, hailstones. All kinds of energy would be drawn from the outer space in the cracks of the space and would cause absolute lethality. No matter how strong a person was, it would be hard to resist the devastation of the catastrophe. No matter how strong the divine body was, it would be impossible to resist the impact of the violent turbulence of the outer space. What Ling Xiao needed to do now was to find the space turbulence that belonged to him and control it for his own use. This method had to be related to the primordial energy. Only by sensing the existence of the primordial energy could he find the entry point and borrow the power he wanted at any time. Ling Xiao was already able to borrow the power of the fire attribute turbulence, so it would be much easier for him to continue to find other types of turbulence. After meditating for a short while, various colors of energy ceaselessly changed around his body. His palms would sometimes make strange movements, and from time to time, there would be phenomena on the verge of breaking through. These phenomena were the space turbulence that Ling Xiao had found, and it was also the location of the primordial energy that he sensed. As long as he was able to sense the location of the primordial energy, Ling Xiao would be able to absorb it and make the divine energy within his divine body even more powerful, allowing him to break through to the Supreme Realm in one go. Comprehending all of this seemed simple, but it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Ling Xiao sat there for 3 years. He was like a statue that ignored all external objects. He sat there without moving, and his aura couldn't be sensed at all. If an ordinary person saw him, they would definitely think that he was a dead person. Xianxia, who was in the distance, was extremely bored. Although she had meditated for a while and her power had improved a lot, she still paid attention to Ling Xiao's every move. She hoped that her big brother could break through as soon as possible. Big brother, how long will it take to succeed? Xianxia sat on a rock and held her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she murmured. Now that even the little vermilion bird was also breaking through, she became very bored without anyone to talk to. On the other hand, the 2 old tree spirits on the side seemed to have endless things to say, and they kept chatting endlessly. At this time, there was finally some movement on the land. The fire attribute primordial energy on the primordial stone was actually being sucked towards a direction. Ha! He actually dares to steal this old man's power essence? Wutong, who was chatting with Lu Wang, looked in a direction and said in surprise. Lu Wang stroked his beard and said, "Little friend is definitely the first person in history. This speed of growth is really amazing. It's a pity that I'm not at his sea of consciousness this time. Otherwise, I would have benefited a lot." Chapter 1443. Ling Xiao was about to break through to Incipient God Realm. If a peak God King or a half-incipient God Realm expert wanted to break through to Incipient God Realm, he had to make sufficient preparations. Firstly, he needed an environment with rich origin energy to ensure that he had the most energy to absorb. Only then could he break through to the next realm in one fell swoop. Secondly, He had to prepare supreme deity materials that matched him to absorb. This was to prevent himself from not having enough energy when he broke through. Having supreme deity materials was another layer of protection for him to break through. Moreover, when breaking through, he had to have a supreme expert to protect him. It was the safest way to avoid any accidents, so he could take care of him in time. Otherwise, if he failed to break through, not only would his realm be damaged, but he might also be unable to break through for the rest of his life. Since ancient times, there were many half-incipient god realm experts who failed like that. Ling Xiao didn't need to use supreme god material to break through at this moment because his energy was already heavy enough. He just needed to understand his realm. In this place, he didn't need to worry about being disturbed by others. Moreover, he had the fire-class Genesis Stone to rely on, which gave him enough origin energy to absorb. In such an environment, if he didn't break through now, when would he? Ling Xiao opened up all his meridians to absorb the extremely thick origin energy here. He was like a sponge, constantly absorbing. Although Ling Xiao cultivated 5 elements at the same time, his unique origin restoring technique could transform a single element's energy into any other type of energy he needed. In other words, he absorbed the fire element energy, but when it reached his dantian, it could be divided into 5 different types of energy. It was also the magical combination of the Evil Emperor's unique Evil King's supernatural technique and the 3 parts origin restoring technique. The Genesis Stone was worthy of being called the top supreme god stone. It could accumulate countless amounts of Genesis energy day and night, which filled the land where the vermilion bird was. Moreover, the Genesis Stone itself contained the essence that had been condensed for tens of thousands of years, and it complemented the parasol tree. Even if Ling Xiao needed to absorb an astonishing amount of Genesis energy, he couldn't empty this place. The fire-attributed Genesis energy enveloped Ling Xiao into a huge cocoon. The intense temperature of the Genesis energy could directly vaporize regular god kings. However, this energy was what Ling Xiao needed the most. He cultivated 5 elements at the same time, and the fire element was the strongest one he relied on the most. How could the fire element origin energy hurt him? Ling Xiao quickly absorbed this primordial energy. All his meridians were filled to the point of swelling and pain. The power in his meridians was like a roaring river, constantly pouring the absorbed primordial energy into his dantian. Primordial energy was the upgraded version of origin energy. It was condensed from a large amount of origin energy. Every point of primordial energy was equivalent to dozens of 100 points of origin energy. After Ling Xiao absorbed so much primordial power, his 5-colored dantian instantly swelled up a lot. Countless fire attribute primordial power was immediately assimilated by the 5-colored dantian and turned into other kinds of power. When the 5-colored dantian was forcefully expanded to the point that it could no longer expand, the excess energy instantly rushed towards Ling Xiao's spirit bridge. Swoosh swoosh. The surging energy directly hit Ling Xiao's divine bridge. His god soul in his sea of consciousness also responded, sending a large amount of soul power to welcome it. The origin energy in his dantian and the god soul began to mix together, creating the pure 5-colored god power. Ling Xiao's divine bridge was immediately filled with an incomparably immense energy. The divine bridge that wasn't full yet became crystal clear. Dots of 5-colored god power dyed half of the divine bridge. Along with the god power, Ling Xiao's aura exploded at this moment. Boom boom. Ling Xiao's complete half-incipient god realm was broken through in just a blink of an eye. The tsunami-like energy pounded unceasingly in Ling Xiao's body. His meridians, acupuncture points, internal organs, and bones were all filled with this energy. At the same time, they were taking in the energy, making them more tenacious, more vigorous and more perfect. It was the reforging of his body, which had upgraded his god body one more time. It had made him a real superior existence. He had gotten rid of any ordinary qualities and had upgraded to a perfect physique. Only this physique could adapt to the chaotic energy currents in outer space without getting hurt. Only this physique could be called the original god. Between incipient god realm and king god realm, incipient god realm was a real true god while king god realm was just a fake god. The difference between the two was like the difference between the sky and the mud. The former was many times stronger than the latter. His god power was immeasurably immense. After Ling Xiao had broken through, he still hadn't woken up yet. The origin energy was still attacking him unceasingly. That energy was still terrifyingly tremendous. His aura wasn't even as great as the commotion caused by the 5 low-level supremes breaking through at the same time. The land and space trembled under the rotation of the Genesis energy. Countless rocks flew everywhere, and the power of fire outside the fire domain was expelled far away by the earthquake. Then, 5 different types of primordial source powers appeared above the land and descended from the sky. Among these 5 types of energy, the fire element was the strongest. However, the other 4 types of energy could still tear the space apart. This kind of technique was extremely frightening. He was worthy of being a supreme being. No matter what kind of environment he was in, he could still borrow the space energy he needed. After an unknown period of time, this strange phenomenon finally disappeared. The land resumed its tranquility. A shadow soared up into the sky, directly plunging into the fire area. He swung his terrifying attacks. This person didn't need to use any protective god light. He seemed to have fused with the fire area. Each of his punches created torrential waves of fire that shook the entire fire area. Fire dragons materialized one after another, as if they were real. They roared in all directions and shook the world. The little vermilion bird in the sea of fire was shocked. It hurriedly rushed out of the fire area and returned to the land. It was afraid that it would be affected by the terrifying waves of energy. Now, the little vermilion bird had broken through another level and reached the advanced stage of the 10th stage. Its body had grown a lot bigger, and its appearance had become even more majestic and extraordinary. Sister K, you've broken through too? Xianxia flew towards the little vermilion bird and asked. That's right, little Xianxia. I've been stuck at my original level for a long time. If your big brother hadn't mistakenly entered the purple-black fire area, Mother and I wouldn't have been able to find them. Now that I've absorbed their energy, my fire energy has become even stronger. The little vermilion bird replied happily. The location of the purple-black flame was constantly changing. It didn't just stay in one place. Vermilion bird and the others needed to absorb all kinds of high-level origin flames to advance, and the purple-black flame was undoubtedly the best kind of flame that had reached the Genesis power level. It was a great tonic for them. Recently, the big and small vermilion birds had been searching for this kind of purple-black fire, but they couldn't find it. However, after Ling Xiao came, they found it. Moreover, they had encountered the Nirvana flame bead, which was exactly what the big vermilion bird had been longing for. Thus, the little vermilion bird was very grateful to Ling Xiao. Haha, Big Brother is so powerful. He has broken through to a higher realm. I'm so happy for you guys. Xia Xianxian said happily. Little Xianxian, you have to work hard too. Your big brother is much stronger than you. Even I have a big gap between us. I can feel that his energy is almost as strong as my mother's. The little vermilion bird said. Yeah, I have to work hard too. I can't drag big brother down. Xia Xianxian clenched her small fists and said. At this time, Ling Xiao, who was in the blaze field, laughed heartily. He was in an extremely good mood. From the peak of Senjin of Goguryeo to the supreme incipient god realm, it was the threshold he had been stuck at for the longest time in his life. From the 20 years of seclusion to the heavenly sparrow area, from the heaven source area to the nirvana area, it had been 30 years in total. Using 30 years to complete this leap was a bit long for him. However, to other warriors it was a miracle. He had created the shortest time to break through to the supreme incipient god realm. Since the ancient times, how many people had used only 30 years to reach the supreme incipient god realm from the peak of God King realm? If they were able to take that step in 300 years, it would already be very amazing. But who knew how many people could only take half a step and were unable to move forward? For the next half step, without a supreme divine pill or a heaven-defying opportunity, it was even more impossible to take it easily. If a half-incipient god realm expert spent 30,000 years to reach the supreme incipient god realm, it wouldn't be surprising or ridiculing. That was the most normal time to break through. Therefore, the time it took for Ling Xiao to break through was a miracle. The fact that he was able to reach this stage at the age of 130 was a miracle in itself. The day he returned to the heaven domain would be the day his name would be recorded in the history books. The glory of being the #1 expert since the ancient times would be well deserved. When Ling Xiao reached this step, he felt that the world had become wider. He felt that this heaven and earth were just a small place. There was a bigger world waiting for him to descend. Of course, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was invincible in the world. He had just taken the first step to become the strongest expert. If he could reach the peak of God realm one day, he would be qualified to rule the heaven domain. After all, he knew from Hun Feng's memory that the ancient tribe had many supreme existences. Now, when he really wanted to challenge them, their true strength would be revealed. In the past, Hun Feng could almost be called the #1 expert on the supreme list. However, in the end, didn't he end up with nothing left? Therefore, Ling Xiao still needed to guard against arrogance and impatience. He needed to take every step properly. Of course, right now, his edge could already be revealed in the heavenly realm. Otherwise, no one would know of his existence. Chapter 1444. The Supreme Incipient God Realm was a realm that every warrior dreamed of. Ling Xiao had finally overcome so many difficulties. He had relied on his own power to reach that realm step by step. His real body had reached this level, but his God soul hadn't advanced one level. It had just reached the peak of low-level Supreme Expert. From the initial level of low-level Supreme Expert to the peak of low-level, it was a big leap. After all, there was a big gap between the Supreme Realm and the King God Realm. Moreover, to reach this level, he had to accumulate a lot of energy. Ordinary Supreme Experts had to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach the peak of late level from the initial level. As Ling Xiao's God soul could reach that level during his breakthrough, it was because his God soul was stronger than his real body. If his God soul could break through to the middle level, it would be even more nature-defying. Of course, it wasn't too difficult for Ling Xiao to reach that level. First, he had to focus on cultivating the soul-controlling technique to strengthen his soul power. Then he could break through again. Of course, it would take a long time. Although he was close to the next level when he reached the peak, the bottleneck was the most difficult one. The other way was to kill a Supreme Incipient God Realm expert and take his God soul. He believed that it was the fastest way to break through. However, the premise was that Ling Xiao could meet such an enemy. However, would Ling Xiao lack powerful enemies in his life? In the Heaven Territory, many ancient clans and the Soul Clan were archenemies. They had many supreme experts. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't think about returning to the Heaven Territory to kill all the ancient clans. He wasn't that arrogant. At this moment, he wanted to stabilize his mind and realm first. He needed to familiarize himself with the god powers of the Supreme Incipient God Realm. He didn't expect that his trip to the Nirvana space would be so rewarding. First, he had found the Genesis Stone that he wanted and seized the chance to break through to the Incipient God Realm. He was very satisfied. Other than returning to the Heaven Domain, the next step was to become the Alchemy God before returning. With these two identities, he would become one of the most respected people in the Heaven Domain, and also the only Supreme Alchemy God in the Sky Dragon region. However, all of this had to be done slowly and couldn't be rushed. Ling Xiao flew back to the land from the Fire Domain. Xianxia immediately ran over to congratulate him. "Big brother, you've almost caught up to my grandfather. That's amazing." In Xiaxuan's heart, Ling Xiao's image had been raised to a whole new level. Ling Xiao patted Xiaxuan's head and smiled. "I'm still far from your grandfather." Then he added, "Xianxia, you have to continue working hard. You can't be satisfied just like this." After Xianxia was transformed by the Wutong fruit, she was infinitely close to the body of the fire god. This Tenbin was definitely not inferior to any genius. However, she was not like others who could endure loneliness and cultivate wholeheartedly. However, she also had her strong points, and that was being able to control thousands of beasts. Even the divine beast, the vermilion bird, was close to her. This was enough to make many people envious. "I know. I will definitely work harder in the future." Xianxia, on the other hand, was very obedient to Ling Xiao and replied. Ling Xiao and Xianxia arrived in front of the little vermilion bird and chatted with it for a while. It was nothing more than asking if the little vermilion bird's mother, the great vermilion bird, had returned. After all, the power contained within the Nirvana heavenly fire bead that it had devoured was not much inferior to its own strength. It was best not to be devoured by the Nirvana heavenly fire bead. However, Ling Xiao's worries were indeed a little excessive. If the great vermilion bird dared to do that, it naturally had its own confidence. 3 years had passed and the great vermilion bird had yet to return. However, it was not surprised. The little vermilion bird could sense it, so it was not worried about anything. Ling Xiao was also completely relieved. After all, this was a divine beast that followed Xianxia. It would be best if nothing happened to him. Moreover, the vermilion bird divine beast still wanted to challenge the Golden Crow clan. It would be best if it could advance to the next level. However, Ling Xiao was very puzzled. Could it be that the vermilion bird clan only had these two left? It was not appropriate for Ling Xiao to ask this question. Instead, he went over to Lu Wang and the Wutong. Even though he had reached the supremacy stage, it did not mean that he had no more desires. Regardless of his cultivation level, he was still himself. It was impossible for his mentality to change too much. Therefore, with the divine Wutong before him, if he did not gain some benefits, wouldn't it be a waste of time to meet it? What interesting past and present stories are the two elders talking about? Ling Xiao greeted them with a smile. He really didn't understand. Was there friendship between the divine trees as well? What kind of friendship was this? It should be known that every divine tree was located in a different region. It was impossible for them to stay together. However, Lu Wang and the Wutong seemed to have known each other for a long time. Ling Xiao could not help but feel that it was strange. Haha, congratulations, little friend. You have already become a top-notch human cultivator. Lu Wang was the first to congratulate him with a hearty laugh. When he had first met Ling Xiao, he was only a young man. His strength was so low that it did not even bother to look at him. However, at that time, it had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's knowledge sea, which was different from ordinary people. Thus, it had decided to nurture itself in his knowledge sea. As many years passed, Ling Xiao's achievements had already reached a realm that even it admired. Lu Wang had also benefited greatly from Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Although it had only reached the 10th level, it had already received the nourishment of Ling Xiao's spiritual fluid and soul power. This made it more human-like, and its foundation was more perfect. This was beneficial to its future growth. However, it felt a bit of pity that when Ling Xiao broke through this time, it was not able to stay in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Otherwise, it would have been able to reap great benefits from Ling Xiao's breakthrough. Thus, it was not very envious of the fact that the Wutong was of a higher level than it was. In the future, when it found a suitable place to grow, it would be able to advance very quickly. Moreover, its prospects would definitely be better than the Wutong's. Haha, I was just lucky. Thank you, Lu Wang, for your help these past few years. Ling Xiao said with a somewhat grateful expression. Then, he looked at the Wutong beside him and said, "This must be Elder Wutong." Ling Xiao's attitude was extremely respectful. Lu Wang felt a bit scared when he saw Ling Xiao's smile. This was because he understood Ling Xiao. This smile was definitely the prelude to extortion. He couldn't help but feel a bit happy for the Wutong. If this young friend can get a single hair from the Wutong, this old man will definitely prostrate himself in admiration. Lu Wang thought to himself. He knew that the Wutong was famous for being stingy. It was not easy to get a hair from the Wutong. Sure enough, the Wutong didn't give Ling Xiao any face. It only responded with a soft "mm," and didn't pay any more attention to Ling Xiao. After all, the Wutong stayed in this fire domain all year round and basically didn't see any humans. Aside from being close to the vermilion bird divine beast, it didn't have much interest in anything else. Ling Xiao revealed a slightly embarrassed expression and said, "Elder Wutong is truly as powerful as the legends say. Your aura is like a rainbow, unlike Elder Lu Wang's majestic and dignified demeanor. It is truly difficult for Ling Xiao to compare with you. It is definitely the fortune of 3 lifetimes for Ling Xiao to be able to meet Elder Wutong today. Elder Wutong, please accept this young one's bow." As Ling Xiao spoke, he cupped his hands towards the Wutong and bowed deeply. Was Ling Xiao bowing down to the Wutong? Of course that was impossible. Although he mainly cultivated martial arts, his intelligence couldn't be underestimated. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wang couldn't help but shout, Hey, young friend, we've been friends for 100 years. Why are you speaking in favor of this old Wutong and belittling me like this? Look at me, I'm full of righteousness and have a dignified appearance. Which part of me can't compare to this old red freak? Young friend, you need to touch your conscience when you speak. As Lu Wang spoke, he straightened his stooped body to show his majesty. This time, the Wutong was unhappy. It felt that this little fellow's words were very pleasing to the ears and were in line with its image. Now, it was being called Old Red Freak, by Lu Wang. Wasn't this insulting it? The Wutong smiled at Ling Xiao and said, Good, good, young friend's words are very pleasing to the ears. Who doesn't know that I, the Wutong, am awe-inspiring and extraordinarily domineering? Following that, it looked at Lu Wang and said, Old fart, who are you calling Old Red Freak? I'm just showing off my domineering aura. Do you understand? Do you want me to burn you right now? You green-furred freak. You dare to compare yourself to me? Young friend's eyes are as sharp as a torch. Ling Xiao immediately agreed from the side. Of course. No matter who it is, when they see Lord Wutong, they will feel that he is much more powerful than Lord Lu Wang. If you stand next to him, he will be much shorter than you. Moreover, your fiery aura is even more intimidating, and Lord Lu Wang can't compare to you at all. The Wutong revealed a smile and said, Haha, not bad, Young friend's words have truly resonated with me. Lu Wang angrily said, Little friend, you are too unkind. I originally wanted to ask for a few Wutong fruits for you to taste, but it seems that you don't have the fortune to eat them. You actually belittled this old man like this. This old man has been friends with you for 100 years. Ling Xiao had a bitter expression on his face as he said, Old man Lu Wang, I'm just speaking the truth. You really are shorter than old man Wutong. All right, I won't say any more. He heard the Wutong say in a clear voice, Little friend, you don't need to be sad. Do you think this green-furred freak has the final say on my fruits? Come, this old man will give you a few to taste. After saying that, he waved his hand and several sparkling and translucent Wutong fruits appeared in his hand. He handed them over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suppressed his disappointing heart and rubbed his hands together. His eyes shone brightly as he said, This, how can I accept this? In actuality, when he said this, he had already taken the Wutong fruits from the Wutong's hand without any trace of politeness. It was as if he was afraid that the Wutong would go back on his word. Ling Xiao's flattery was extremely effective. The last step of advancing after retreating was even more amazing. The Wutong tree spirit didn't have the slyness of humans and didn't think so far ahead. After Ling Xiao said a few good words to it, it let Ling Xiao obtain 5 Wutong fruits. It had to be said that Ling Xiao really knew how to talk. Lu Wang looked at Ling Xiao's suppressed smile and seemed to understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. He immediately pointed at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, Young friend, you humans are really sly. Chapter 1445. In just a few sentences, Ling Xiao had obtained a few Wutong fruits. At the same time, he had also opened up a conversation with the Wutong tree spirit and obtained its approval. If it was any other human who wanted to take the opportunity to talk to the Wutong, it wouldn't have opened its mouth. It also wouldn't have treated Ling Xiao especially well because of these few words of flattery. The main reason was that Ling Xiao was able to come to this terrestrial space was that he had obtained the approval of the vermilion bird divine beast, which indirectly made the Wutong have a good impression of him. In addition, Lu Wang's appearance made it even more curious about Ling Xiao. It talked with Lu Wang for several years and learned that Lu Wang and Ling Xiao had experienced many things. Therefore, the Wutong's suspicions about Ling Xiao had been dispelled. It was just that it was particularly indifferent to things related to other people, so it didn't give Ling Xiao a good attitude in the beginning. Unexpectedly, a few words from Ling Xiao not only made the Wutong happy, but also shortened the distance between it and it. This was simply turning something rotten into something magical. After another round of conversation, Ling Xiao got a few more Wutong branches and leaves from the Wutong. If other supreme martial artists saw this, they would be extremely jealous. It was unknown how much effort other people had to put in and what kind of dangers they had to go through to obtain supreme godly materials. But Ling Xiao had obtained more than a dozen supreme godly materials with just this silver tongue. How could they endure this? Ling Xiao wasn't an insatiably greedy person. After obtaining these Wutong fruits, branches and leaves, he stopped when he was ahead and didn't push his luck. Ling Xiao even gratefully said to the Wutong, Elder Wutong is so generous. This gift is really not something that Elder Lu Wang can compare to. He's very stingy, and every time I ask him for something, he always makes excuses. The Wutong was even more satisfied when it heard this. It showed that it was much more generous than Lu Wang. Lu Wang's face turned even greener from anger, but he couldn't say anything else, lest Ling Xiao denigrate him as worthless. Now that Ling Xiao had become famous, it was too embarrassed to threaten him again. In any case, the more Ling Xiao there was, the less it was. Its position had become dispensable. However, it had made up its mind to stay with Ling Xiao for a while. Perhaps Ling Xiao could find the Genesis Stone of the wood class. At that time, it could use it as its soil just like the sycamore tree. It could restore the name of the immortal tree. Ling Xiao walked around the land and collected a lot of fire meteorites. He also found a few divine herbs that were stained with the blood essence of the vermilion bird divine beast. Divine herbs like that were absolutely precious to god kings. They were difficult to purchase even with divine crystals outside. Ling Xiao had achieved his goal, so he wanted to leave this place. After all, he had nothing to do here, and he didn't want to refine elixirs here for the time being. He wanted to return to the Sky Dragon territory as soon as possible and give this fire-class Genesis Stone to his clan so that they wouldn't worry. At the same time, he wanted to continue searching for the whereabouts of the other Genesis Stones. He wanted to collect all 9 types of Genesis Stones as soon as possible to save his ancestor. Ling Xiao proposed to Xianxia that he wanted to go back. This girl was extremely happy. Great. I'm going to be bored to death here. Let's go out now. Xianxia jumped up and exclaimed. Then she looked at the little vermilion bird and said, Sister K, let's go out and play together. Although this was the territory of the vermilion bird divine beast, it didn't mean that they would stay here forever. They often went out of the nirvana space to relax and experience everything in the outside world. However, this time, the little vermilion bird said, Little Xianxia, you go out first. I still need to wait for Mother to come back before I decide. That's right, the big vermilion bird was currently in a critical period of breakthrough. How could the little vermilion bird go out and play in peace? Xianxia revealed a reluctant expression and said, Sister K, I can't bear to part with you. When Auntie K comes back, you must come and see me with her. I will definitely come and see you. The little vermilion bird replied. However, it paused for a moment and said, I will escort you out first. You don't know the way out. Moreover, if you meet those flame beasts, it will be troublesome. With regards to this decision, Ling Xiao and Xianxia had no reason to refuse. After all, they really didn't know the way out. However, he thought of another problem. After the little vermilion bird sent them out, what if they encountered the flame beasts when they returned? Those flame beasts were existences at the 11th rank. Even if the little vermilion bird had reached the 10th rank, there was still a huge gap between them and the flame beasts. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, If you escort us out, it will be troublesome when we return. Why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe Auntie Zhu K will be back soon. Don't worry. Although those flame beasts are strong, I have a way to deal with them. The little vermilion bird said fearlessly. Ling Xiao naturally knew that this was because of the vermilion bird's dignity. He didn't dare to let the little vermilion bird take the risk. Xianxia also knew the importance of this matter, and immediately agreed with Ling Xiao's words. Sister K, Big Brother is right. Auntie K should be back soon. We can wait a little longer. In the end, Ling Xiao and Xianxia temporarily gave up on the idea of going out. Without the great vermilion bird's protection, it would not be safe. Ling Xiao could not only think about his own problems, he also had to think about the safety of Xianxia and the little vermilion bird. Since he was bored in this space, Ling Xiao did not want to continue cultivating, nor did he want to study the Emperor Dragon Heaven annihilating art. Instead, he focused on refining pills. Originally, he didn't want to try refining the sovereign god Dan so soon, but now that time was not good, he could only refine pills to pass the time. He also wanted to refine the sovereign god Dan as soon as possible. When that time came, he would have an amazing identity when he went out, and it would be easy to call others to exchange the primordial stone. When Ling Xiao left the Medicine Alliance Guild, the second Hall Master Lian Hao gave him a space ring, which contained some sovereign god materials. These sovereign god materials were intended for Ling Xiao to break through to the supremacy stage. Now, it was just the right time for him to try refining a supreme divine grade pill. Although Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the divine alchemist, he had to be careful when refining, for fear that he would destroy a sovereign god materials. This was a top-notch divine item that could not be found even if one wanted to. Finally, after many failures, Ling Xiao was lucky enough to refine a real sovereign god Dan. This was not a sovereign god Dan that could increase the strength of a supremacy stage, but an ordinary sovereign god Dan. This was mainly because Ling Xiao did not have many sovereign god materials on hand, and it was impossible for him to refine a better sovereign god Dan. It was already amazing that he could successfully condense the sovereign god Dan, and it was also a sign that he had become a true divine alchemist. In the heaven territory, he had supreme glory and appeal. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed, and the great vermilion bird still had not returned. Ling Xiao and Xianxia were a little impatient from waiting. However, on this day, the little vermilion bird finally brought them good news. The great vermilion bird was finally on its way back, and it returned very quickly. Ling Xiao and Xianxia were finally happy. The great vermilion bird's return meant that they could leave this place and return to the heaven territory. About a month later, the great vermilion bird finally returned. Its aura was like the sky, and its fire power soared, completely displaying the aura of the fire god. Whoosh! It first cried out a few times, and then danced with the little vermilion bird, showing the joy of their reunion. Then, it flew in the direction of Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Facing this great vermilion bird, Ling Xiao almost had the urge to fight it. However, when he remembered that there was such a big gap between their ranks, he dispelled this idea. Otherwise, he would only be humiliating himself. The great vermilion bird first greeted Xianxia, and then it actually spat out a bead at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this is a gift for you. I hope that when we get out, you must let the Fire Qilin and I destroy the Golden Crow clan. The great vermilion bird said. Ling Xiao looked at the bead in front of him. It was the Nirvana fire bead. How is this possible? Didn't you absorb it? Ling Xiao looked at the Nirvana fire bead in shock. The great vermilion bird said, I only absorbed most of its essence. It still contains a lot of essence, and it's a little weaker than the fire bead in your head. As long as it can continue to stay here, its growth will definitely be faster than the one in your head. If you don't want it, I can leave it for my daughter. The Nirvana fire bead wanted to escape, but it was tightly wrapped by the great vermilion bird's power. It couldn't move at all. Ling Xiao never thought that the Nirvana fire bead that he had always yearned for would still be there. It was just that most of its power had been absorbed, but it was still a rare heaven-defying treasure. Yes, why not? Ling Xiao immediately grabbed the Nirvana fire bead in his hand, and it struggled to fly away. However, Ling Xiao's strength was no longer the same as before, and its strength had been greatly reduced. It was naturally impossible for it to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the great vermilion bird and said, Don't worry, if you're willing, I'll bring you to see my brother, the Fire Qilin, after we leave. As for whether or not it's willing to destroy the Golden Crow clan with you, that's up to you. The great vermilion bird had given him the Nirvana fire bead for this promise, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't break it. All right, since you've already obtained what you need, let's go out. The great vermilion bird was also swift and decisive. As soon as it returned, it planned to send Ling Xiao and the others out. Ling Xiao and Xianxia were naturally extremely happy. They had wanted to leave for a long time. Before leaving, Ling Xiao still bid farewell to the Wutong tree spirit, and at the same time, asked Lu Wang if he wanted to stay. Lu Wang naturally didn't want to stay. Staying in this fiery domain was not beneficial to his cultivation and growth. On the other hand, the Wutong was extremely reluctant to part with Ling Xiao. It actually treated Ling Xiao as a close friend, and it couldn't wait to go out with Ling Xiao. However, it also knew the dangers of the outside world, so it wouldn't really go out with Ling Xiao. Before they parted, the Wutong gave Ling Xiao some more Wutong fruits, branches, and leaves. It could be considered that it had made friends with Ling Xiao, a human, despite the difference in age. Ling Xiao naturally sighed and put them away without any trace of politeness. He didn't know when he would be able to come back again, so he couldn't miss the supreme divine material of the Wutong tree. Chapter 1446. Finally, they were leaving the Nirvana space. The big vermilion bird carried Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and the little vermilion bird out of the Nirvana space. The great vermilion bird's speed was clearly 10 times faster than before. It charged through the fiery domain like a streak of light, and wherever it went, the flames would automatically overflow to the sides, creating a path for it to fly freely. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. The great vermilion bird mythological beast could finally control these flames to the point where they were as pure as fire. It was indeed the body of the fire god. With the vermilion bird's speed, it would only take 2 to 3 months to get back to the outside of the heaven region. On the way, they met the flaming beasts again. However, the big vermilion bird and the little vermilion bird's strength had increased greatly. They didn't want to let go of the creatures that invaded their territory. Therefore, the two divine beasts wiped out the flaming beasts and killed many of them. At the same time, they swallowed the beast cores of the little flaming beasts. These beast cores were nothing to the big vermilion bird, but they were great supplements for the little vermilion bird. Besides, Ling Xiao also joined the battle and killed 2 rank 11 flaming beasts. He was quite satisfied with his current strength. During this process, Ling Xiao couldn't help but collect some supreme-grade divine crystals as interest. However, what surprised him the most was that he found a Genesis stone in the flaming beast's territory. It was smaller than the one he collected before. The outside world knew that the Nirvana space had a Genesis stone. Xianxia also said that there were Genesis stones in the territories of the flaming beasts. At first, he thought that the one he found was the Genesis stone of the flaming beast's territory. Now, it seemed that this small Genesis stone was the one occupied by the flaming beasts. The Genesis stone was the top supreme divine material. No one would complain about this kind of divine material. Ling Xiao wasn't an exception. With this Genesis stone, it would be very useful to him in the future. If one day the primordial power of Xianling continent could be restored, the primordial power and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth would be restored, then the Proud Smile Palace would still be the strongest force there. At that time, the primordial stone could be placed in the Proud Smiling Palace to increase its foundation and train more experts. Ling Xiao couldn't help but proudly say a few times, "This trip has been fruitful, fruitful." The great vermilion bird stopped wreaking havoc after exterminating quite a few high-level flame beasts. It actually didn't kill them all. Later on, Ling Xiao understood that these flame beasts were indeed their enemies, but the higher-level ones had already been eliminated and the remaining ones were nothing to be afraid of. Once their strength rose again, he could let the little vermilion bird deal with them. These were the opponents that the great vermilion bird had left behind to test the little vermilion bird. If the little vermilion bird could defeat them and swallow their beast cores, the little vermilion bird's strength would increase significantly. Of course, this was only Ling Xiao's guess, and he couldn't be bothered to think about the vermilion bird's intentions. After more than 2 months, with the great vermilion bird's terrifying flying speed, they finally came out of the Nirvana space. Seeing the sun and the moon again, seeing the forest again, seeing all the beasts again. This feeling was really comfortable. Ling Xiao and Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They took a deep breath of the spiritual qi outside and felt that it was more pleasant to be outside the heaven realm. Let's go back to see your grandfather, so that he won't be worried," Ling Xiao said to Xianxia. Xianxia happily nodded and said, "Let's go back to see grandfather first, but he will definitely ask me for the primordial stone again. I didn't give it to him." "Hee, don't worry, this time when we go back, I will give your grandfather some gifts. He will definitely be very happy." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. With the vermilion bird's speed, it took less than 3 days to return to the Thousand Beast Mountain range, which was more than 10 times faster than before. With the increase in strength and realm, the speed would naturally increase. Strength was the true way of the king. If it was Ling Xiao flying at full speed, he wouldn't be able to reach the speed of light like the vermilion bird. After all, the difference in strength between the different levels was too great. In almost 4 years, the Thousand Beast Mountain range hadn't changed much. Presumably, the battle between the Fire Clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance 4 years ago didn't cause too much of a stir. Naturally, this had something to do with Dugu Jin overseeing this place. It was also rumored that he had 2 high-level 11th level mutated holy beasts to rely on. Even if the Fire Clan wanted to invade, they would have to think twice. When they returned to the small peach garden where Xianxia was, Dugu Jin immediately appeared. He was still the same, but there was a hint of worry between his brows. It was obvious that he was troubled by something. However, when he saw Xianxia, he still laughed heartily and said, "Little girl, you came back much earlier than I expected this time." Looking at the deep concern he showed for Xianxia, it was really from the bottom of his heart. "Of course, Grandpa, Auntie Vermilion Bird's strength has increased greatly, Her flying speed is much faster. Xianxia said to Dugujin without any reservations. She also saw Dugujin as the person she trusted the most, and was on par with Ling Xiao in her heart. After Dugujin spoke a few words with Xianxia, his gaze landed on Ling Xiao, his old eyes slightly raised. Ling Xiao smiled and went forward to greet Dugujin, saying, "Greetings, old master." Back then, he had really wanted to be like Xianxia and acknowledge Ping Yi as his grandfather. His own backing was also much stronger. Unexpectedly, Dugujin did not accept his proposal, so he could only call Dugujin old master. "I didn't think that you would reach this step in the blink of an eye. Back then, I spent a full 15,000 years to reach this step, a full 100 times slower than you. It really is infuriating to compare with others," Dugujin said with a myriad of emotions. Ling Xiao said modestly, "I was just lucky." Following that, 2 wutong fruits, 2 wutong branches and 2 wutong leaves appeared in his hands, handing them over to Dugujin. "Honored tutor, this is a small gift from this junior to you. Thank you for taking care of Xianxia for all these years. Please do not dislike it." Dugujin's old eyes reddened, and he immediately sucked in all of Ling Xiao's divine items. Good lad, when Xianxia entered the nirvana space, it was only a wutong fruit given to her by the vermilion bird divine beast. You even managed to get your hands on a wutong fruit and a wutong leaf. Moreover, it's definitely more than that. You're really something. Dugujin could not help but praise Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied, "If it wasn't for Xianxia and the vermilion bird bringing me in, I wouldn't have had this kind of opportunity. I am very grateful to them." Indeed, if it wasn't for Xianxia, he wouldn't have had the vermilion bird to bring him in, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Genesis Stone, the Parasol Tree, and break through to his current realm. If he had rashly entered the nirvana space alone, he wouldn't have met the flaming beast, but at least he would have lost his way, and he wouldn't have been able to come out. I won't say too much about this. It's good that you remember it. Come over here, I have something to tell you. Dugujin didn't want to ask about Ling Xiao's opportunities. After all, there were some things that he couldn't be envious of. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Dugujin to the other side. Xianxia also tactfully returned to the bamboo house to rest. Dugujin sighed softly with his back facing Ling Xiao. "Does the Yan clan intend to declare war on our Thousand Beast Alliance?" Ling Xiao could hear Dugujin's deep tone, and it didn't seem like he was lying. "Is it still because of the battle 4 years ago?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly. If the Yan clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance were to go to war, no matter the outcome, the Thousand Beast Alliance would definitely suffer a great loss, and Xianxia would also be implicated. Of course, he wasn't really worried about Xiaxuan's safety. With the vermilion bird around, no one could do anything to her other than the top supreme martial artists. He just didn't want Xianxia to lose the powerful Thousand Beast Alliance. After all, she had grown up here, and she definitely had feelings for the Thousand Beast Alliance. When the time came, she wouldn't be able to escape alone. The battle 4 years ago was just the fuse. I originally thought that they would give in to us for the sake of the Genesis Stone, but I underestimated the courage of the Aboriginals. They actually started to kill the people and spirit beasts of the Thousand Beast Alliance outside our Thousand Beast mountain range. We naturally couldn't take this lying down. During this period of time, there were many conflicts, Dugujin explained. Then, he continued, they naturally wouldn't be able to gain any benefits by coming to our territory. This caused the Yan clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance to break off relations. They are currently summoning people to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance. Is the situation really that tense? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Dugujin laughed bitterly. It's more tense than you can imagine. In a month, the Yan clan will attack the Thousand Beast Alliance. Then, Dugujin told Ling Xiao about the recent developments of the Yan clan. Ling Xiao then realized that the situation had already escalated to a point where it couldn't be salvaged. The Yan clan had a revered god of medicine and a revered divine weapon master. Under them, there were many divine apothecaries and divine weapon masters. The Yan clan's ability to summon people in the Tianke district was extremely great. Moreover, the Yan clan was the #1 ancient clan in the Tianke district. There were many people who wanted to join their forces and were willing to be their servants or followers. Hence, they were summoning people who were willing to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance with them. Those who were willing to join the Yen clan would become the Yen clan's distinguished guests. They would be able to obtain divine pills and divine weapons from the Yen clan. When the Yen clan started to publicly condemn the Thousand Beast Alliance, many rogue cultivators, mercenaries, and even some forces who had ties with the Yen clan had already gathered. There was a total of nearly 200,000 soldiers gathered in Yen City. Dugu Jin had already found out that the Yen clan had gathered an army of 200,000 soldiers. Every single one of them was at least a saint. Although they were just a motley crew in his eyes, they were definitely a huge threat to the Thousand Beast Alliance. Although they had hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts to rely on, the Thousand Beast Alliance, including all the disciples, only had about 2,000 people. If the 2,000 of them were killed, the entire army of spirit beasts would no longer be a threat. Chapter 1447. Now, the Yen tribe just needed to give the order and these people would attack the Wanshou alliance from Yen City. However, they had not taken any action yet because the Yen tribe had sent word to the Wanshou alliance. If the Wanshou alliance agreed to two of their conditions, the Yen tribe would give up on their crusade against the Wanshou alliance. The first condition was that the Wanshou alliance would marry Xianxia to the Yen tribe's youngest godly alchemist, Yen Yang. The two forces would then form a good relationship. The second condition was that the Wanshou alliance would send the Fire Genesis Stone to the Yen tribe as Xiaxuanchuan's dowry. As long as the Yen tribe agreed to these two conditions, the Yen tribe would give up on declaring war against the Wanshou alliance. Otherwise, they would flatten the Wanshou mountain range. At the same time, many of the Yen tribe's supreme elders had come out of seclusion. They had also gathered their friends at the incipient god realm. They had to capture the top warrior of the Wanshou alliance, Dugu Jin. Regardless of whether the Yen tribe had the ability to do so, many things had shown that if the Wanshou alliance did not agree to the two conditions, there would be a war between the Yen tribe and the Wanshou alliance. There was less than a month to the war. If the Wanshou alliance did not submit to the Yen tribe in this 1 month, the war would break out. After hearing Dugu Jin's words, Ling Xiao finally understood why Dugu Jin had such a worried expression. This matter was related to the Wanshou alliance's life and death. If they were careless, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Although Ling Xiao did not have any relationship with the Wanshou alliance on the surface, ever since he and Xianxia had met, there was an indirect connection between them. Did Dugu Jin tell him about this so that he could live and die together with the Wanshou alliance, or did he want him to escape with Xianxia? Before Ling Xiao could ask, Dugu Jin had already said what he wanted. You take Xianxia back to Tianyuan district. Ling Xiao did not expect Dugu Jin to make such a decision. It was clear that Xianxia held a very important position in his heart. Is there no room for negotiation? Ling Xiao asked. Dugu Jin smiled bitterly and said, although our Thousand Beast Alliance does not have many members, we have millions upon millions of spirit beasts. If the Yen tribe starts a war with us, they will have to pay a heavy price. The reason why they have created such a ruckus is because they want our Thousand Beast Alliance to bow down to them. He paused for a moment, then gave a cold humph and said, that Yen tribe old bastard is dreaming. I will do as he wishes and fight the Yen tribe to the death. Let's see if they really have that kind of determination. Ling Xiao understood. Dugu Jin was not a person who was willing to admit defeat and lower his head. Even if he lost, even if he died, he would not agree to these two conditions of the Yen clan. The supreme experts at incipient god realm had their dignity and unyielding character. They would rather die fighting than bow down to the others. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Dugu Jin's determination and unyielding spirit. If he was in Dugu Jin's shoes, he would also not back down. I saved Yen Yang. Perhaps I can stop this from happening. Ling Xiao said after a moment of hesitation. Yen Yang was his friend, but Xianxia was his sister. If the two sides were to fight, of course, he would stand on the Thousand Beast Alliance's side. However, this was the result that he did not want to see the most. Dugu Jin shook his head and said, at this point, it is no longer up to that kid to decide. This is the decision of the entire Yen tribe. It is also the decision of their ancestors. Why would they change their stance just because of a young godly alchemist? Ling Xiao thought that Dugu Jin's words were reasonable, but he was not willing to let it go like this. Who knew that Dugu Jin would laugh coldly and say, don't worry. The Yen tribe has come to invade our Thousand Beast Alliance. They will pay a heavy price. Don't think that our Thousand Beast Alliance has no friends to support us. He then said, promise me that you will bring Xianxia away from Tianke City for now. I think you don't want her to get hurt. Ling Xiao knew that he had no other choice. He did not want to live or die with the Thousand Beast Alliance. As he did not have much of a relationship with the Thousand Beast Alliance, he did not refuse. He planned to bring Xianxia away from here, so that she would not get hurt. As for when she found out about the life and death battle between the Yen tribe and the Thousand Beast Alliance, he would think of a way to appease her. However, Ling Xiao was not willing to leave just like that. He wanted to test Yen Yang's words and see if he could make the Yen tribe and the Thousand Beast Alliance bury the hatchet. Ling Xiao wanted to bring Xianxia away from the Thousand Beast Alliance immediately. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao in confusion and said, Big brother, we just came back. Why are we in a hurry to go to Tianyuan City? I want to accompany my grandfather first before leaving with you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Xianxia, I am in a hurry to send the Genesis Stone back. Don't you want to stay with Big Brother for a few more days? After I send the Genesis Stone back to Tianyuan City, I will come back with you to visit your grandfather, okay? Xianxia blinked her beautiful eyes at Ling Xiao and said, Big brother, you don't have to lie. I already know that the Thousand Beast Alliance is in danger. I will not go back to Tianyuan City with you. I want to stay with my grandfather. She paused for a while and said, Didn't you say that I should be filial to my grandfather? How can I leave him alone? Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not expect that Xianxia already knew that the Thousand Beast Alliance was in danger. Xianxia, how did you know? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. The conversation between him and Dugujin was not something that a divine king like her could eavesdrop on. However, she still knew about it. Ling Xiao could not help but feel surprised. Xianxia replied calmly, Big brother, all the spiritual beasts here are my friends. Once I return, they will report to me about what happened in the past few years. That's how I know. Ling Xiao finally understood. It seemed like Xianxia had spies in the Thousand Beast Mountain range. This little girl looked innocent and simple on the surface, but she had indeed grown up and knew how to use her advantages to make some arrangements. Ling Xiao said softly, Since you know, you should understand Big Brother's painstaking efforts. Your grandfather also does not want you to stay and be a burden to him. You should come back to Tianyuan City with me. Xianxia shook her head stubbornly and said, Big brother, Grandpa brought me up single-handedly. I am my biological grandfather. How can I run away alone and leave him here? Moreover, I have so many spiritual beasts as friends. I do not want them to die. I want to stay and fight with them. Ling Xiao could see the determination in Xianxuan's eyes. He could see her stubborn side. Ling Xiao knew that no matter how much he tried to persuade Xianxia, it would not have any effect unless he knocked her out and took her away. However, he would not do that. Xianxia, I have a way to make the Yen clan collapse without a fight. Do you want to try it with Big Brother? Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. Really? Big Brother, you're not lying to me, are you? Xianxia asked suspiciously. Ling Xiao nodded. Of course, why would I lie to you? Listen to me first. Then, Ling Xiao told her the plan that he had come up with on the spot. The little girl was indeed moved by him. She asked excitedly, Big Brother, can this really solve the threat of the Thousand Beast Alliance? Ling Xiao nodded affirmatively. If this is not enough to make the Yen clan afraid, then there's no better way. When the time comes, I will stay with you and help your grandfather. All right, let's follow Big Brother's plan immediately. We must make the Yen clan retreat. Xianxia clenched her fists and said confidently. Ling Xiao and Xianxia decided on their plan and immediately left the Thousand Beast Alliance with the vermilion bird. Dugujin watched them leave from the sky and sighed softly. My dear granddaughter, I hope that grandfather will have the chance to see you again. Dugujin had already prepared for the worst, but that did not mean that he would sit still and wait for death. The members of the Thousand Beast Alliance had never interacted with others, but that did not mean that they did not have one or two reliable allies. What everyone did not know was that the Thousand Beast Alliance had the closest relationship with the Thousand Beast Alliance was actually another ancient tribe, the Gu clan. Dugujin had already contacted the Gu clan. If the Yen clan really declared war on the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Gu clan would surround the Yen clan from the outside. At that time, the Yen clan would definitely pay a heavy price. Of course, this was not something that Ling Xiao and the Yen clan could know. Dugu Jin had asked Ling Xiao to leave with Xianxia as a precaution. However, he had not expected that Ling Xiao and Xianxia would do something that would cause a huge stir in the Sky Sparrow territory. Far away in Yen City, all sorts of heroes had gathered both inside and outside the city. There were mercenaries, rogue cultivators, and people from various factions. Their strength was not lower than the Saint stage. There was a huge crowd of people, and a rough estimate said that there were over 100,000 of them. These were the people who had gathered here after the Yen clan had called for the condemnation of the Thousand Beast Alliance. All of them wanted to be rewarded by the Yen clan or be favored by the Yen clan so that they could join the Yen clan. Of course, there were definitely many among them who wanted to fish in troubled waters. All of them were waiting silently for a month to pass. At that time, they would be able to head to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range in a formidable array and slaughter without restraint. All the members of the Yen clan were sharpening their blades, and all of them intended to go to war with the Thousand Beast Alliance. Because the Yen clan had sent 3 Supreme Exalts, 10 half-incipient God Realm experts, and 300 Flame Guards to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range 4 years ago. In the end, only 3 Supreme Exalts, 4 half-incipient God Realm experts, and a few dozen Flame Guards had returned. All the others had perished in the mountain range. That was a humiliation to the Yen clan, and it was a huge loss to the Yen clan. So, they'd been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on the Thousand Beast Alliance. After that, after numerous clashes, the Yen clan's ancestor had finally declared war against the Thousand Beast Alliance. When news of this spread, all the members of the Yen clan had become excited, and they intended to annihilate the Thousand Beast Alliance and take revenge for their fallen members. Of course, they knew that the Thousand Beast Alliance wasn't as easy to deal with as the other powers. It was an extraordinary power that was equally as famous as the Yen clan, so they had no choice but to use all their strength to deal with it. All the members of the Yen clan had made preparations for the battle, and they were only waiting for the order to command their army to press down on the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Chapter 1448. Yen Xiaokong, the ancestor of the Yen clan, was an outstanding figure from the same generation as Dugu Jin. He was one of the most respected figures in the Tianke territory. He was not the strongest in the Yen clan, only at the peak of mid-level Supreme Master. However, his position was the highest in the clan. Because he had the honorable title of God of Alchemy. He was one of the few Supreme God of Alchemy in the Heaven region. His name was known throughout the entire Heaven region. This time, he had no choice but to declare war on the Wanshou Alliance. The Wanshou Alliance did not have many people, but each of them had the ability to control beasts. One of them could fight 100 people. It would not be easy for them to defeat the Wanshou Alliance. However, the leaders of the Yen clan requested to fight the Wanshou Alliance. He had to agree because he also hoped to take the Genesis Stone that Dugu Jin had. It wasn't that the Fire clan didn't have a Genesis Stone. It was just that the Genesis Stone in their clan was too small. The amount of Genesis energy it could gather was too little. It had already been absorbed by the experts who had reached the Supreme Being realm. They had been searching for years but they could not find another Fire Genesis Stone. This made them very anxious. Without the Genesis Stone, it would be extremely difficult for the half-incipient God Realm Yen clan to take that step. Therefore, when they knew that the Holy Lady of the Wanshou Alliance had found the Genesis Stone in the Nirvana space, they thought of ways to take the Genesis Stone for themselves. Until now, they had to use the most extreme method to force the Wanshou Alliance. But Yen Xiaokong was wise and far-sighted, and actually used a move to suppress people with power, planning on using this vast momentum to make Dugu Jin submit. He felt that Dugu Jin would definitely agree to his conditions for the sake of the people and beasts in the Wanshou mountain range. After all, his conditions were already very generous. He had already taken care of the Wanshou Alliance's reputation. However, he had underestimated Dugu Jin's arrogance. There were only 3 days left until the final battle. The Wanshou Alliance had sent news that they had gathered millions of beasts to guard the Wanshou mountain range. They were prepared to fight the Yen clan to the death. Whoever dared to step into the Wanshou Alliance would be killed. This was the most solemn oath of the Wanshou Alliance. It was an oath to retaliate against the Yen clan's 200,000-strong army. 1,000,000 spiritual beasts. This number forced those who wanted to go to the 10,000 Alliance tribe to reconsider. After all, even if these people joined hands with the Yen tribe's main army, they would at most have 300,000 soldiers. That was still a far cry from the number of spirit beasts. Unless each of them could deal with 3 or 4 spirit beasts, they would not be able to stand a chance against the 1,000 Beasts Alliance. Besides, even though the 10,000 Beasts Alliance claimed to have 1,000,000 spirit beasts, their true number was probably far more than that. This number was probably referring to those who had reached the 8th order and above. If there were millions of them, then there was no need to fight this battle. Indeed, the 1,000 Beasts Alliance's counterattack had achieved quite a significant effect, directly causing the Fire Tribe's allied armies to lose tens of thousands of men. Needless to say, these people were fence-sitters, people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. They knew that it was impossible, so they left. However, after they left, the Yen clan released another shocking piece of news. The Yen clan had already gathered 25 Supremes to head to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range together. As soon as the news was announced, it immediately aroused the enthusiasm of all the allied forces and stabilized the morale of the army. 25 Supremes were extremely powerful. If they attacked together, the 10,000 Beast Mountain range would definitely be obliterated. Among these Supremes, besides the 15 from the Yen clan, there were 10 who had been summoned by the Yen clan's forefather, Yen Xiaokong, in the name of the god of alchemy. Some of them had received Yen Xiaokong's favor, so they had come to help. Some of them wanted to obtain the supreme god pellets and improve their realms. Therefore, they had taken the initiative to join the Yen clan. With these 10 people joining, the Yen clan would no longer be afraid of the 10,000 Beast Alliance's level 11 holy beasts. In just one more day, the Yen clan's great army would depart to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. However, on this last day, an unexpected guest came to Yen City. Whoosh! A loud and clear voice reverberated in the sky above Yen City. A colorful flame suddenly appeared like a strange phenomenon, causing everyone in the city to raise their heads to look. When everyone saw the fire shadow high up in the sky, they all panicked. What? What is that thing? What a powerful fire element energy. It's so oppressive that I can't breathe. It's a firebird, right? Its wings are so long. Why does it look like the legendary vermilion bird? No. It's the vermilion bird, the divine beast mount of the 10,000 Beast Alliance's holy lady. It's not good. The 10,000 Beast Alliance is attacking ahead of time. We need to run. This vermilion bird might have the power of a level 11 holy beast. It's so powerful. I don't have any regrets if I can see it. Why should we run? The Yen clan will definitely send their Supremes. The 10,000 Beast Alliance is really daring. They are the first to attack Yen City. It's flying lower and lower. I think I see some people on the vermilion bird's back. One of them should be the holy lady. The people in Yen City became a little panic-stricken. They were afraid that the vermilion bird would suddenly attack them. How could they resist the attack of a level 11 holy beast? However, the roars of many beasts could be heard coming from the sky. Roar! Numerous beast silhouettes that covered the sky rushed over from several directions. The beast roars were earth-shattering and deafening. These were all level 11 holy beasts. Each of them was huge and had a shocking aura. Moreover, all of them were mutated holy beasts. There were even 1 or 2 extinct beasts from the primordial era. There were a total of 12 of these holy beasts. They completely enveloped the Yen clan. Their terrifying bloodthirsty aura spread out, scaring the Yen clan people to the point that their legs turned to jelly. Many of the weaker ones were so scared that they lost control of their bowels and urinated on the spot. The stench filled the air. One by one, they started to run. They realized that the 10,000 Beast Alliance had come to deal with them ahead of time. Moreover, they had all sent out level 11 holy beasts. This was too terrifying. The allied forces that had gathered in Yen City were instantly thrown into chaos. Screams could be heard one after another, as if they had been attacked by the holy beasts. Not long after, the allied forces inside and outside the Yen clan had lost a third of their people. These holy beasts had gained the upper hand by showing off their strength. They had already caused the Yen clan's allied forces to be utterly defeated. Who dares to mess around in our Yen clan's territory? A fearful shout came from a direction. Several figures flashed and appeared in the sky above Yan City. They were the supreme incipient god realm experts of the Yan clan, Yan Tianba, Yan Gongxiu, and Yan Xiaolong. There were also some half-incipient god realm experts who had just arrived. When they saw the 11th Order Saint Beasts in the sky, their expressions turned grim. They didn't need to guess to know that the 10,000 Beast Alliance had come to deal with them ahead of time. Yan Tianba, Yan Gongxiu, Yan Xiaolong, and the others were so anxious. Although they wanted to suppress the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, they didn't know that the enemy had suddenly attacked them. It was a big mistake. If the 10,000 Beast Alliance attacked them recklessly, the Allied forces would be caught unprepared. Eventually, they would be defeated. At that time, the Yan clan's plan to attack the 10,000 Beast Alliance would become the laughingstock of the entire Heaven Sparrow territory. Above the vermilion bird divine beast was a man and two women. The man was handsome, confident, and elegant, while the women were beautiful. They were all rare beauties. Weren't they Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and the little vermilion bird? The 12 level 11 holy beasts were surrounding the big vermilion bird as if they were the most precious guards. Under such strict protection, no one could hurt Xianxia and the little vermilion bird. Yan Tianba, Yan Gongxiu, and Yan Xiaolong had never seen Ling Xiao before. They thought that the one with the heavenly lady must be a member of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. They were extremely vigilant. At the same time, they had asked the incipient god realm experts of their clans to come here. Otherwise, these dozens of holy beasts were enough to crush the Yan clan's army. Ling Xiao's team wanted to gain the upper hand. Of course, they wanted to stop the allied forces of the Yan clan from attacking the 10,000 Beast Alliance. Some of these 11th level sacred beasts had been summoned by the vermilion bird divine beast from the Nirvana mountain range, while the rest had been forcefully dragged out from other ancient mountain ranges. In the battle between the two superforces, they usually competed with the strongest force. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't summon the level 11 holy beasts to start a war with the Yan clan. He wanted them to suppress the Yan clan so that he could negotiate with them. If the Yan clan didn't agree, they had to break the Yan clan's morale first. Then, if they wanted to attack the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, they would have to think twice. Ling Xiao had reached the incipient god realm. Although he was just a low-level incipient god realm expert, his senses weren't weaker than any middle-level supremes. At first glance, he could see the competence of Yan Tianba's team. Ling Xiao said, "I'm Ling Xiao, a guest elder of the Medicine Union. I'm also a member of the Kim people of the Sky Dragon area. I used to meet your noble Yan Yang. This time, I'm here to visit my old friend. You don't need to worry." At this moment, Ling Xiao was wearing an alchemist's robe. Firstly, it was to show his identity. Secondly, he didn't want to start a war with the Yan clan unless it was absolutely necessary. As soon as Ling Xiao revealed his identity, the three incipient god realm experts immediately assessed him. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Of course, they wouldn't be nice to Ling Xiao just because he had revealed his identity. After all, Ling Xiao's actions had shaken their morale. "I don't care who you are. However, you've come to our Yan clan's territory without any scruples. You've even scared the people of our Yan city. Why?" Yan Tianba asked in a low voice. If they had enough people, they might have taken action against Ling Xiao and the group of holy beasts. After all, Ling Xiao's actions were too provocative and arrogant. At this time, Yan Songjun, who was behind Yan Tianba, took a step forward and said, "Sure Lao Tianba, he's Yan Yang's friend. When we were in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, he helped us." Chapter 1449. Yan Songjun was an experienced half-incipient god realm expert who had gone to rescue Yan Yang. He had seen Ling Xiao before. However, he didn't understand why Ling Xiao was with the Holy Lady all of a sudden, and why they were attacking the Fire Clan. He had seen Ling Xiao kill everyone, and he even dared to confront the master of Thousand Beast Alliance, Shen Kunbeo. He had always thought that Ling Xiao could be killed or captured by the Thousand Beast Alliance, but now it seemed that he was wrong. He couldn't help but think, did the Holy Lady take a fancy to this kid, and he became the Thousand Beast Alliance's subordinate? No matter what he thought, his words had already been conveyed to Yan Tianba, and he would be the one to deal with it. The other supremes of the Fire Clan had already heard the news, but they didn't immediately soar into the sky. Instead, they just waited in the surroundings. Once the holy beasts attacked, they would definitely kill them at the first moment, provided that they had the ability to do so. They were now waiting to see what would happen, and they would let Yan Tianba negotiate with the other side first. Perhaps they had come to agree to the conditions of the Fire Clan. When Yan Tianba heard Yan Songjuan's words, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the vermilion bird as well as Xianxia, who was standing on its back. Only then did he say to Ling Xiao, "Could it be that you're here to be Yan Yang's matchmaker?" Yan Tianba's question was clever. He wanted to force Ling Xiao to state his intentions. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't have the ability to be a matchmaker." He then pointed at Xianxia and said, "You should know that she is the Holy Lady of Thousand Beast Alliance, and she is also my sister. This time, I am here to negotiate with the Fire Clan, and to act as a mediator. How about we just forget about what happened between your two families?" Yan Tianba and the others' expressions turned cold. They didn't think that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant as to act as a mediator. Their two families were the top forces in the Heaven Sparrow region, and they could be said to be at the same level as the Dragon Gate. They were only slightly weaker than the Medicine Union. But in front of them was a young man around 100 years old. What kind of status did he have to act as a mediator? Only those at the top of the sovereign ranking would have the qualifications to do so. However, Yan Tianba could see that Ling Xiao had the strength of a supreme martial artist at such a young age, which really shocked him. Just as he was about to speak, Yan Gongxiu snorted coldly. "Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of being a peacemaker? What nonsense!" Yan Xiaolong said from the side. "Leave the holy daughter behind and disperse these 11th-ranked divine beasts. Otherwise, all of you can dream of leaving this place." Ling Xiao ignored the two of them instead. He looked at Yan Tianba and said, "Is this how you treat your guests? No matter what, I was the one who saved Yan Yang. I treat your Yan clan as a friend, and I truly do not wish to be enemies with you." Yan Gongxiu and Yan Xiaolong were enraged that Ling Xiao was ignoring them. They wanted to rush over and attack Ling Xiao, but when they saw the holy beasts that covered the sky, they didn't have the courage to do so. "It's true that you saved Yan Yang, but the 10,000 Beasts Alliance killed many of our Divine King Realm Elders. This debt has to be settled," Yan Tianba said in a low voice, and then he said, "As long as the 10,000 Beasts Alliance agrees to the two conditions of our Yan clan, we will naturally not be enemies with them. We will not agree to your conditions. If you continue to pester us endlessly, don't blame me for summoning the Holy Beast Army to annihilate your Yan clan." Xia Xianxian finally opened her mouth to reprimand them. "Little girl, how arrogant. Don't think that you can ignore my Yan clan just because you have a divine beast," Yan Gongxiu shouted. Yan Xiaolong also said, "Be obedient and be my Yan clan's daughter-in-law, and we will continue to value and nurture you. We will also be on good terms with your 10,000 Beasts Alliance forever. Otherwise, your 10,000 Beasts Alliance will definitely be annihilated." "Annihilate our 10,000 Beasts Alliance? You are not qualified." Xia Xianxian revealed her anger. Then she looked at a 9-tailed hedgehog at the middle of the 11th level and said, "Uncle Hedgehog, teach them a lesson." As soon as Xia Xuanxuan's words fell, the 9-tailed hedgehog that looked like a giant ball let out a strange cry. Then, it immediately rolled towards Yan Xiaolong like a ball of electricity. Boom! Boom! The speed at which it rolled was extremely fast, like a meteorite streaking across the sky. As it rolled, waves of rumbling sounds continuously rang out in the sky. It was as if thousands of soldiers were charging at it. The sound was vast and mighty, and thunder rumbled. The sky was filled with lightning bolts, and a mass of lightning bolts dashed towards Yan Xiaolong. Its power was majestic and powerful. If a supreme incipient god realm expert wanted to attack in the heaven territory, they had to be careful so that they wouldn't destroy the entire territory. However, the holy beasts didn't have such restrictions. As long as they wanted to attack, it didn't matter where they were. Yan Xiaolong was startled. He realized that the 9-tailed hedgehog was too powerful. It was impossible for him to take it head-on. However, how could he run away without fighting in his own territory? As he was about to brace himself to take action, Yan Tianba stood in front of him and shouted in fear, "Don't even think about being violent here." Yan Tianba didn't dare to attack the 9-tailed hedgehog seriously. He was afraid that he would destroy the members of the Fire Clan down there. Yan Tianba made a hand seal. The chaotic space flow of fire element appeared around him and created many crisscrossing energies. Eventually, they formed a sky net that covered the nine-tailed hedgehog. The nine-tailed hedgehog had the lightning attribute. Although it was covered by the fire net, the electric currents on its body still went through the net and attacked Yan Tianba. Yan Tianba wanted to help, but he couldn't. The electric currents were too fast. In just a blink of an eye, they had reached Yan Xiaolong. Yan Xiaolong had Yan Gongxiu and some half-incipient God Realm experts. If Yan Xiaolong didn't block this attack, he would harm the others. He took action decisively and Yan Gongxiu helped him. Flaming lights suddenly appeared in the space and collided with the lightning, producing a series of shocking explosions. Ugh! The nine-tailed hedgehog was worthy of being a strong existence at level 11. The lightning attribute was the strongest attack in this world. Yan Xiaolong and Yan Gongxiu were blown away by the electric currents. Although the half-incipient God Realm experts had retreated, they were still affected. Their bodies were charred and smoking. Especially Yan Xiaolong, he had to bear the most damage. His hands were charred like charcoal. They were about to be destroyed completely. On the other hand, the nine-tailed hedgehog's attack was successful. It immediately escaped from Yan Tianba's fire net and quickly returned behind Xianxia. The thunder energy on its body instantly retracted, and its nine tails continued to sway, as if it was very satisfied with the attack just now. It hadn't used all of its power yet. Otherwise, it would have turned into a sea of lightning and Yan Xiaolong would have been half dead. Yan Tianba thundered indignantly. All incipient God Realm experts and holy beasts are not allowed to fight in the heaven territory. Don't you know the rules? Your fire clan and our Thousand Beasts alliance will not rest until one of us is dead. I will fight your fire clan to the death. Even if I have to risk the wrath of the entire fire clan, I will destroy all the foundations of your fire clan. Xianxia shouted out with a formless fire aura around her body. Xianxia treated Ling Xiao like a little sister. She was innocent and cute. However, it didn't mean that she was a naive girl. The fire clan had destroyed the Thousand Beast alliance. To her, the fire clan was her archenemy. She could sacrifice everything for her grandfather and the Thousand Beast alliance. Even if she had to fight the fire clan to the death, she wouldn't regret it. Moreover, she didn't care about the rule that the Supremes couldn't fight in the heaven territory. This made the fire clan members afraid. If she ordered the level 11 holy beasts to attack Yen City wouldn't be able to stop them. It would be destroyed. Yan Tianba was so aggrieved. Looking at the wounded people, he really wanted to ask all the elders of the fire clan to kill Xianxia and the holy beasts. However, if he did that, the Heaven Sparrow territory would be finished. This little girl didn't follow the rules. At that time, even if they could win, the foundation of the fire clan would be destroyed. Many of the descendants of the fire clan would be affected. It wasn't worth it. At this moment, several figures stormed out of the fire clan. The fire clan had sent 4 more incipient God Realm experts. One of them was at the peak of the middle-level Supreme Being. He was very close to the high-level Supreme Being. His aura was domineering and he didn't hide it at all. They were worthy of being the #1 ancient clan in the Heaven Sparrow territory. However, there was a divine king among these Supreme Beings. This divine king was Yen Yang. How bold of you to actually dare to attack in our Yen city. Do you really think that there is no one in our Yen clan? An old and loud voice suddenly buzzed in this place. The one who spoke was the strongest peak of the middle-level Supreme Being here. He was also the forefather of the fire clan, Yen Xiaokong, a supreme alchemy god. Yen Xiaokong looked middle-aged and old. His red hair fluttered in the wind. His eyebrows were slightly arched and his old eyes were shining with divine light. As soon as he arrived, he immediately stared at the vermilion bird. His old eyes were filled with excitement. Others might not know, but Yen Xiaokong had always wanted a vermilion bird to guard the fire clan. Because the Dragon Gate had the golden dragon and the Black Tortoise sect had the black tortoise, the Demon Tiger sect didn't have the white tiger, but the fire clan hoped to have a vermilion bird to show the prestige of the ancient fire clan. Unfortunately, even though they knew about the existence of the vermilion bird, it was as difficult as climbing up to the sky to find it or subdue it. The vermilion bird was right in front of him. Of course, Yen Xiaokong's eyes were burning with desire. Previously, he had asked Yen Yang to propose marriage to the Thousand Beast Alliance. He wanted the Vermilion Bird to be his wife at all costs because he wanted the Vermilion Bird to be the master of the Fire Clan. If you think that the Thousand Beast Alliance has no experts, then I will think that the Fire Clan has no experts. Xianxia retorted to Yan Xiaokong. The Vermilion Bird had reached high level 11. Its power was the top existence in the Heaven territory. With its protection, Xianxia was qualified to challenge a supreme incipient god realm expert. At this time, Yan Yang looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, why are you doing this?" Chapter 1450. Ling Xiao had always considered Yan Yang as his friend, and Yan Yang admired Ling Xiao a lot. Back when he was still in the Medicine Alliance, he had thought that he had the ability to take the top spot. However, Ling Xiao had caught the eye of the Medicine Alliance's Hallmaster first, and the Hallmaster had made an exception and accepted him as a guest elder. After that, he had learned from Yen Dai Jiao that Ling Xiao could condense 3 divine pellets in one furnace at a time. Moreover, Ling Xiao was much younger than him and Yen Dai Jiao. Through the time he had spent with Ling Xiao, he thought that Ling Xiao was a good man. Not only was he a divine alchemist, but he also had the competence of a half-incipient god realm expert. He was worthy of being the future young master of the Fire Clan. Since Ling Xiao had risked his life to save him from danger, he thought that his decision was wise. However, he had never thought that Ling Xiao would stand with the Thousand Beasts Alliance. He was on the opposite side of the Fire Clan. While he was astounded, he felt sorry for his friend. Today, he just wanted to know why Ling Xiao stood on the Thousand Beasts Alliance's side. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Yang and said, "Brother Yan Yang, I have always treated you as a friend, and I have come here today as a friend to advise you to let go of all the grudges between your Yan clan and the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Xianxia is my long-lost sister, and I have to stand on her side. Furthermore, you have seen for yourself that Xianxia has already made up her mind to live and die with the Thousand Beasts Alliance. If you insist on attacking the Thousand Beasts mountain range, then today, we will stop you from doing anything." He paused for a moment, then continued in a serious tone. "To be honest, we have come here today with the determination to die." Ling Xiao and Xianxia had used this method to force the Fire Clan to submit. They had 1 divine beast at high level, 4 divine beasts at middle level, and 8 divine beasts at low level. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a low-level incipient god realm expert. This force was enough to scare the Fire Clan. Most importantly, Ling Xiao and Xianxia seemed to be unafraid of death. If they were to fight, they might not be able to kill all the honorable martial artists of the Yan clan, but they would be able to kill more Yan clan members. Therefore, the Yan clan's honorable martial artist had no choice but to reconsider. In the end, even if they won, many of the Yan clan's descendants would definitely die. It would definitely shake the foundation of their Yan clan. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had asked Xianxia to ask the Vermilion Bird to summon these 11th-level sacred beasts. He did not believe that the Yan clan would dare to fight to the death with them. After all, they were in the territory of the Fire Clan. The incipient god realm experts of the Fire Clan had many things to consider. Yan Yang did not think that Ling Xiao would be so ruthless. He did not understand why the holy daughter of the Thousand Beasts Alliance had become Ling Xiao's sister. However, the war between the Yan clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance was not something he could decide. Yan Xiaokong, who was standing at the side, said, "Brat, I don't care who you are, but how dare you say such things? Do you really think that your scheme will succeed?" "I don't know if it will succeed or not. We are here. If you really want to go to the Thousand Beasts mountain range, we will attack immediately. If you don't believe me, you can try," Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Yan Xiaokong was enraged. He was a famous existence in the Heaven Sparrow territory, and now he was threatened by a kid. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "I don't care who you are. If the Yan clan agrees to let it go, everything will be fine. If you don't, we will have a good fight right now." In fact, Ling Xiao already knew Yan Xiaokong's identity. Xianxia had already told him in a low voice. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao might have been more respectful to Yan Xiaokong. After all, he was an existence that was on par with the 3 Hallmasters of the Medicine Alliance. However, now that Ling Xiao had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him, why would he give Yan Xiaokong any face? They were enemies now. Ancestor, why are you talking nonsense with him? Immediately gather all the founding elders and make them stay. Yan Xiaolong shouted angrily. He took a divine pill and healed the injuries on his hands. However, his clothes were still in a sorry state. He had been injured by lightning in public. He hated Ling Xiao and Xianxia to the core. He really wanted to capture them and teach them a lesson. Looks like the lesson just now wasn't enough for you to remember, Ling Xiao said coldly. His divine soul clone quietly appeared. Slap. Suddenly, Yan Xiaolong's face was fiercely slapped by something. His entire body was sent flying far away, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. The founding elders of the Fire Clan became tense. They didn't know how Yan Xiaolong got hit. Soul concealment was the last secret technique of the god-controlling art. Indeed, most people didn't know what was going on. Who is it? Who is it? Get the hell out here. Yan Xiaolong steadied himself and looked all around as he shouted. Unfortunately, the people around him were the members of the Fire Clan. Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and the holy beasts were all at their original spots. They didn't know who had hurt him. There are some things that you shouldn't say. You should know that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Ling Xiao squinted. The members of the Fire Clan became tense. They suspected that there was a more terrifying expert at incipient god realm hiding around here. Yan Xiaokong didn't say anything. His soul consciousness flashed back and forth as if he wanted to find the hidden expert. At the same time, many powerful auras appeared nearby. Obviously, they were the members of the Fire Clan and the supreme experts they had summoned. Two high-level supreme martial artists walked over side by side. Their leisurely stroll made them look extremely carefree. When they came to Yan Xiaokong, they slightly bowed to greet him. High-level supreme experts were the top existences in the heaven territory. Yan Xiaokong was just a peak middle-level supreme expert, but he could make them bow to him. This was a great honor. Of these two high-level supreme martial artists, one was the other pillar of the Yan clan, Yan Yi. He also had the identity of a supreme divine weapon master, but he was Yan Xiaokong's great-grandson, and was a few generations younger than Yan Xiaokong. Therefore, it was normal for him to be so courteous to Yan Xiaokong. The other person was the high-level supreme martial artist, Mao Lidong, who had been invited by Yan Xiaokong to help him. He was once at the peak of the middle-level supreme martial artist realm, just like Yan Xiaokong. Later on, he received the supreme god elixir from Yan Xiaokong, which helped him reach the high level. He owed Yan Xiaokong a favor. The number of supreme experts at incipient god realm on the Fire Clan side had increased. The two high-level supreme experts were a great threat. Their gazes immediately landed on the vermilion bird, and astonishment flashed in their eyes. Because they were able to sense that this divine beast vermilion bird had actually attained the advanced stage of the 11th level, and even they were extremely fearful of it. Great-grandpa, what do you say now? Yan Yi asked Yan Xiaokong. What can we say? They want to force us to retreat. They want us to retreat unconditionally. Otherwise, they will fight to the death with the Fire Clan here. They will drag all of us down with them. Yan Xiaokong glared at Ling Xiao and said. Just now, he had used his extraordinary god soul to scan this place. He seemed to have sensed something. However, he soon lost the feeling. He felt that there must be an unknown expert hiding here. He had to be careful. Yan Ye's face changed. He looked at Ling Xiao and Xianxia and said, You want the Fire Clan to pay the price with just these holy beasts? You're really bold. After saying that, an ancient god artifact appeared in Yan Ye's hand. It was a divine hammer. The divine hammer instantly became as big as a mountain. It emitted a strong elemental energy, causing the space to tremble and ripple. This was a mid-grade ancient god artifact, and it was enough to threaten the many sacred beasts here. Moreover, Yan Yi was a high-level honorable existence. Yan Yi actually moved. He didn't seem to care about anything. The divine hammer in his hand smashed heavily in the direction of Ling Xiao and Xianxia. With one move, the space immediately collapsed into pieces. Space turbulence immediately appeared. Dazzling flames shone. The vermilion bird spread its wings and shouted angrily. The only high-rank 11 holy beast behind it, the fire phoenix, rushed out instantly. Its divine feathers turned into rain and shot towards the divine hammer. The phoenix and the vermilion bird were of the same race. As long as the phoenix experienced nirvana 9 times, it would have a chance to become a real vermilion bird. The fire phoenix in front of them seemed to be infinitely close to becoming a vermilion bird. If it completed the last transformation, it would definitely become a vermilion bird. However, the last nirvana was the most difficult. It didn't dare to take it easily. This time, the vermilion bird had invited it to help them. It had already promised to help it transform and become a real vermilion bird. The phoenix's feather attack was extremely dense. It immediately destroyed the power of the divine hammer. At the same time, the phoenix screeched loudly and turned into a flame that rushed towards Xianxia. Bang bang! In an instant, the sky was dyed with a sea of fire. The fire phoenix and Xianxia were fighting. Xianxia didn't expect the fire phoenix to have the strength of an advanced rank 11. If the vermilion bird joined the fight, the Yan clan might not be able to win. Roar roar! The holy beasts that Ling Xiao and Xianxia had brought with them all roared at the same time, ready to pounce on them. The vermilion bird also flapped its wings. Its aura was completely released. Streaks of flame shot towards Yen's city like a rain of fire. Bastard, quickly stop him! Yan Xiaokong panicked and immediately cried out in alarm. He had no choice but to block the flames that the vermilion bird was brandishing. Otherwise, if these flames landed on the city, Yen's city would definitely be destroyed, and there would be many casualties. Yan Xiaokong used the power of the spatial crack to send the few flames that the vermilion bird scattered into the void. At this time Ling Xiao shouted, "You guys attacked first. Today, we will fight to the death with you. Let's see how terrifying the Yan clan is." Looking at Ling Xiao's aura, it looked like he was really going to fight to the death with the Yan clan. This battle was about to start. Chapter 1451. Stop, Xianxia, stop. Let's talk about this properly. Yan Xiaokong exclaimed. They definitely couldn't start a war with Ling Xiao and the holy beasts in front of them. If that really happened, the foundation of their Yan clan would be destroyed. After all, their Yan clan's territory was also near Yan city. Although the Zhizun seal was isolating them, the Zhizun battle would definitely be able to break the seal and harm their clansmen. Yan Xiaokong couldn't help but be anxious. His original intention was to let Xianxia test whether Ling Xiao would really disregard the rules and fight to the death with them. From the looks of it, Ling Xiao and Xianxia weren't joking with them. They were already ignoring the rules and withstanding the pressure of the Yan clan. Xianxia had no choice but to retreat, but the Fire Phoenix was unwilling to give up and continued to fight with Xianxia. After all, the vermilion bird had invited it here, and it was time for it to show its loyalty. This was related to whether it could enter the final nirvana transformation. It had no choice but to do its best. Hurry up and stop it from attacking. Yan Xiaokong shouted at Ling Xiao. You guys attacked first. At most we'll fight. Who's afraid of who? Ling Xiao asked the vermilion bird to temporarily stop the other holy beasts, but he didn't stop the Fire Phoenix. He wanted to let the Yan clan see if they really had the guts to fight. Yan Ye's cultivation level was high, but his battle power wasn't at the peak. He could only fight evenly with the Fire Phoenix. The impact of the battle waves from their battle was extremely great. The 9 heavens barrier was constantly being broken, and the astral winds and turbulent currents were rushing down. If this continued, the scope of the battle would increase. The other high-level Zhizun Mao Lidong couldn't help but join the battle, planning to force the Fire Phoenix to retreat with Xianxia. But at this time, Ling Xiao ordered the vermilion bird to summon the Fire Phoenix back, causing Mao Lidong to pounce on empty air. Forget about the matter between the Yan clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance. After all, the Yan clan was in the wrong first. You can't blame the Thousand Beast Alliance. Last time, you didn't have any sincerity at all. You wanted to use your power to suppress others, which led to this result. You can't blame anyone. Ling Xiao slowed down his tone and said to Yan Xiaokong, "Humph, could it be that our Yan clan's son died in vain?" Yan Xiaokong said with dissatisfaction. He didn't expect that he, the most famous supreme medicine god in the Tianke domain, as well as the #1 ancient clan in the Tianke domain, would actually be threatened by 2 young men. He felt extremely sullen. If you had compensated us back then, why would our Beast Alliance attack your people? Moreover, our Beast Alliance has also lost many holy beasts. Don't tell me they didn't die for nothing? Xianxia retorted. If an animal dies, then so be it. Yan Shaokong shouted disdainfully. Who would have thought that his words would immediately provoke a great deal of trouble? The vermilion bird was the first to cry out in dissatisfaction, followed by the rest of the sacred beasts. You humans aren't any good either. Eat them all. The vermilion bird said. The 12 holy beasts actually moved at the same time, pouncing towards the Yen clan. The supreme experts of the Yen clan, incipient god realm, soared into the sky one by one. There were 25 of them in total. Their auras sealed this area, trying to lure these holy beasts to the outer space for a great battle. Ling Xiao was secretly frightened. He didn't expect the Yen clan to be so powerful. So many supremes had appeared in just a blink of an eye. He wondered if there were more supremes in the Yen clan's territory. He had to immediately say to Xianxia, tell them not to act rashly. We can basically negotiate with them now. We can't let things get out of hand. Xianxia listened to Ling Xiao's words. She immediately asked the vermilion bird to appease the other holy beasts. She told them to restrain their hostility and not to act rashly for the time being. The vermilion bird still listened to Xianxia. It immediately ordered all the holy beasts not to act rashly. However, all of them looked at Yan Shaokong as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Although Yan Shaokong was protected by Yan Yi and Mao Lidong, he was still so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He regretted provoking these holy beasts. Should I just let it go like this? I don't want to. Yan Shaokong thought to himself. The other members of the Yen clan also had the same thought. This time, they hadn't even finished their apprenticeship, but they were already scared to the point that they didn't dare to act. How could they establish themselves in the Heaven Sparrow area in the future? However, they had to consider the safety of their clansmen. It was true that the other party didn't care about anything else. Moreover, their formation was really powerful. They had to treat them seriously. Needless to say, the plan that Ling Xiao had proposed to Xianxia was effective. This plan of his was really risky. If the Yen clan wanted to fight to the death with them, even though these holy beasts had a lot of lethality, they would still suffer a crushing defeat in the end. After all, in the Yen clan's territory, they would have many strong supporters. The 25 incipient god realm experts in front of them were the best proof. Ling Xiao really didn't want to start a war with the Yen clan. He just wanted to shock the Yen clan and the allied forces that wanted to participate in the war. After this commotion, many members of the allied forces could see the fact that the Yen clan had something to worry about. Many members of the allied forces had started to scatter and retreat. There were more than 10 level 11 holy beasts in front of them. If Dugu Jin, the master of 10,000 beasts, came here personally, there would be more of them. Small shrimps like them weren't qualified to deal with the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. Actually, they understood that the Yen clan had called them here to pressure the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. The real highlight was the battle between the incipient God Realm experts. Whichever side's incipient God Realm expert won would be the winner. Now, the enemy had come to their doorstep, but the people of the Yen clan were restrained. Not a single one of them dared to fight. If the Yen clan is willing to give up, I'm sure you won't suffer a loss. It's not hard to get the Fire Genesis Stone. However, Xianxia doesn't have any feelings for brother Yan Yang. Moreover, you guys have caused such a commotion. She won't marry the Yen clan. Think about it. Ling Xiao took a step back and said. He had achieved the effect he wanted. He immediately softened his tone and made his suggestion. He didn't want to push the Yen clan too hard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be his intention to start a war. Ling Xiao's plan of tension and relaxation made the Yen clan worry. They exhaled in relief. Yan Shaokong also knew that if he didn't give these two young men an explanation today, he was afraid that this stalemate wouldn't work. He also knew that it was impossible to rely on the allied forces to force Dugu Jin to submit. He had to negotiate with these two young men first. If it didn't work out, he would deal with them first. After they left, he would think of a way to deal with the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. This time, they had a bad start. They had even been humiliated in front of their own territory. They had lost the face of the first ancient clan in the Tianke territory. Alright, as long as you hand over the Genesis Stone and compensate with 100 billion divine crystals and 3,000 stalks of divine grass, we will stop. Yan Shaokong agreed with Ling Xiao. Yan Shaokong's words were absolute in the Yan clan. The others didn't dare to object to his words. Looks like we can only fight. Xia Xuanxuan's delicate face was flushed with anger. Yan Shaokong's request was simply too much. It was hard to accept. If Duge Jin was here, he would definitely fight with Yan Shaokong without a second word. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Haha, old man, you still don't understand the situation. He paused for a moment, then said, You might not understand what I mean. If you want the Fire Genesis Stone, you can only get it if you exchange it with another Genesis Stone. Don't mention any other conditions. Your Yen clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance were provoked first. That's why you suffered the consequences. So the Thousand Beast Alliance doesn't owe your Yen clan anything, and we don't need to compensate you. Ling Zhao's words were powerful and decisive. He didn't give Yan Shaokong any face. Otherwise, the Yen clan would think that they were the ones who suffered the most. After all, the Yen clan's words in the Thousand Beast Alliance had caused the Thousand Beast Alliance to capture Yen Yang and the others. The people from the Thousand Beast Alliance did not do anything to Yen Yang and the others, but the Yen clan had sent a large number of experts to ask for them, instead of calmly proposing an exchange. In the end, the Yen clan had fought with the Thousand Beast Alliance and lost more than 200 god kings. Now, they wanted to take revenge on the Thousand Beast Alliance. They felt that they were in the wrong, so they naturally wanted to reap the benefits. However, they still didn't recognize the truth. Ling Xiao and Xianxia didn't bring this group of 11th stage holy beasts to surrender to them. Yan Shaokong was furious. What do you mean by that? Did our Yen clan sons die for nothing? Let me tell you, if you didn't agree to my conditions, Yan Shaokong didn't finish his words. The vermilion bird and the other holy beasts released their auras once again, as if they wanted to fight to the death. Yan Shaokong was sullen. He had been in the glory heavenly territory for so many years. Now, he was threatened in his own territory, but he couldn't do anything. He felt so uncomfortable. Think about it carefully. All of this was started by your Yen clan. If you insist on compensation, then let's fight. Ling Xiao said faintly. Pausing for a while, he continued. If you are willing to stop fighting, you can trade the Genesis Stone. At the same time, you can gain the friendship of the Medicine Union and the Dragon Gate. It will be a great fortune for your Yen clan. Why do you want to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own? It's not worth it. Humph. Your words are better than singing. Do you think you can represent the Medicine Union and the Dragon Gate? Yan Shaokong snorted disdainfully. Although he could feel that Ling Xiao was a low-level incipient God Realm expert, he didn't think that it was enough to make the two big forces form a good relationship with the Yen clan. You're wrong. I can represent the Medicine Union and the Dragon Gate to form a good relationship with your Yen clan, Ling Xiao said affirmatively. Then, he released his aura. A golden dragon roared and soared into the sky. At the same time, a flame that looked like a fire dragon appeared in his hand. Then he said, Brother Yen Yang, you should know that I'm a real divine alchemist. You also know that I'm a member of the Dragon Gate. No, I should say that I'm also a member of the Kim people. Not long ago, I broke through to the incipient God realm and refined supreme divine pellets. With my status as the supreme alchemist, do you think that I can't represent the two big forces to say that to you? Chapter 1452. Only a few people in the Heaven territory could have the supreme title of Supreme Alchemist. After all, to reach this level, the first condition was that the warrior had to have the power of a supreme incipient God realm expert. Only then would he have enough energy to refine supreme pellets. There were very few warriors who could reach the supreme incipient God realm, and it was even more difficult for an alchemist to reach this level. After all, alchemists spent their entire lives refining pellets. When they wanted to break through to the next level, most of them couldn't help but take pellets to break through. Because of this, they had spent a lot of time refining pellets and taken many pellets to advance to the next level. Their foundation wouldn't be very solid. If they wanted to advance to the next level at the same time while refining pellets and cultivating, they naturally needed to spend more time and effort than usual. Only those who had amazing talent could do it. Ling Xiao said in front of everyone in the hall that he was a supreme alchemist. Perhaps some people believed him. After all, his aura was there. As long as they were stronger than him, they could see it. However, if he said that he was also a supreme alchemist, they wouldn't believe it no matter what. Haha, kid, if you are also a supreme alchemist, then wouldn't all the supreme alchemists in this world be seen on the streets? Yan Shaokong was the first to laugh wildly. Then, the supreme elders of the Yan clan next to him also began to ridicule him. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? He just got lucky to have the power of a supreme alchemist, and now he says that he has the rank of a supreme alchemist. Does he think that he can boast about anything? Maybe he thinks that just because he is a divine alchemist, he is a supreme alchemist. What an ignorant kid. Hurry up and agree to our conditions. Otherwise, no matter what kind of supreme alchemist you are, we will still kill you. Why don't you leave these holy beasts for our Yan clan? Then we can be even. That's a good suggestion. Leaving these holy beasts is indeed enough as compensation. The supreme incipient god realm experts of the Yan clan seemed to think that Ling Xiao was a joke. They didn't believe him at all. However, at this time, Yan Yang said, "Ancestor, I don't think Brother Ling Xiao is lying." He paused for a while and then continued, "When I met him in the Medicine Union, Elder Kong told me that Brother Ling Xiao has the power of a half-incipient god realm expert. At that time, he could condense 3 divine pellets in one furnace. With this kind of power and methods, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to become a supreme alchemist. Moreover, Brother Ling Xiao is so outstanding that even the 2 hall masters of the Medicine Union have a whole new level of respect for him. They even made an exception and directly appointed him as a guest elder. This is enough to prove that the Medicine Union values Brother Ling Xiao." Yan Yang had reasons to believe in Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao had broken through to the supreme alchemist realm in just a few years. Moreover, there were signs that proved that Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were far above his own. With power and alchemy 10 bin, he thought that it was reasonable for Ling Xiao to become a supreme alchemist. As soon as he said this, all the supreme alchemists of the Yan clan had their faces stiffened. Yan Shaokong slightly frowned and said, "Little Yang, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? You're not helping an outsider, are you?" If Ling Xiao was really the supreme alchemist, then he had to reconsider his position. Although he was also a supreme alchemist, if he befriended another supreme alchemist, he would be able to establish a relationship with the 2 overlord forces in the heaven domain. This would definitely have a greater influence on the Yan clan's reputation. He had to seriously consider what Ling Xiao had said. "Ancestor, I know that there are some things that I should say and some things that I shouldn't. I don't dare to lie in front of you. I think, why don't we just forget about it? If we really continue to fight, it won't do our Yan clan any good," Yan Yang carefully said. Although Yan Yang also wanted to take revenge for the people of the Yan clan. No matter what, the Yan clan was in the wrong. It could be said that they brought this upon themselves and couldn't blame others. Yan Shaokong's eyes flashed with hesitation. Now, the Yan clan was ready to go. If they really let it go, where would their Yan clan's face be? If they still wanted to fight, the group of holy beasts in front of them would give them a headache. If they couldn't eliminate them in an instant, it would be a disaster for the Yan clan. In comparison, many people felt that the best solution was to reconcile. However, to a great family, sometimes, face was more important than life. It was a difficult decision to make. On the back of the vermilion bird divine beast, Xianxia was already extremely nervous. This time, it was already very amazing that she had forced herself to come and talk to these supremes of the Yan clan. She hoped that she could get the result she wanted. She didn't want all her efforts to be in vain. Ling Xiao quietly held Xianxuan's hand, and a trace of gentle energy was transferred to her. Xianxia only felt a sense of security that she had never felt before. She glanced at Ling Xiao and felt that with her big brother here, there wouldn't be any problems. Yan Shaokong pondered for a long time before asking faintly, "Can you really take out the fire primordial stone?" "That depends on whether the Yan clan has other types of primordial stones," Ling Xiao calmly replied. When he heard Yan Shaokong's words, he knew that everything would be much easier to negotiate. "All right, if you have the primordial stone, we will think of a way to exchange it with you. However, the 1,000 Beasts Alliance must compensate us with 50 billion divine gems and more than 1,000 divine grasses. If you don't agree to this condition, even if we start a war now, the Yan clan will not take even half a step back." Yan Shaokong said resolutely. The Yan clan's face could not be lost. The Thousand Beasts Alliance must give them an explanation. Otherwise, they would rather fight to the end. This was where the dignity of the Yan clan lay. Yan Shaokong proposed this to save a little face and to give them a way out of this embarrassing situation. If Ling Xiao did not agree to this, then today's negotiation would end here. Ling Xiao also knew that Yan Shaokong had already reached his limit. If he still did not know what was good for him, then he would have gone too far today. We don't have 50 billion divine gems and 1,000 divine grasses anymore, Ling Xiao said faintly. When he said this, the Yan clan members all released their auras and were ready to attack at any time. However, Ling Xiao continued to say, I wonder if we can use these things to replace them? As Ling Xiao spoke, a parasol fruit, a parasol tree branch, a parasol tree leaf, and several fire meteorites appeared in his hands. The divine parasol tree was full of treasures. These three things were definitely supreme divine materials. Although there was a gap between them and Yan Shaokong's proposal, it was enough with those fire meteorites. The eyes of the Yan clan members all turned red because they recognized that these were the supreme treasures of the divine parasol tree. To supreme martial artists like them who cultivated in the fire attribute, this was definitely an incredible divine object. As for Yan Yi, when he saw those huge fire meteorites, his eyes were also filled with desire. These were enough for him to refine many divine artifacts. Even if they were used to refine ancient divine artifacts, it would be more than enough. Great-grandfather, since this little friend is so tactful, I think we should just do it, Yan Yi said. As a high-level supreme martial artist, he had encountered quite a number of fire meteorites in the outer realms. However, it was rare to see a fire meteorite that had been tempered in the nirvana space without any impurities. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a fire meteorite essence stone. In addition, the parasol tree branch could also be used to refine an extraordinary ancient divine weapon. At this time, Yan Tianba said, I also agree with Elder Yi. After all, this little friend is a supreme divine alchemist. We have to give him face. Yan Tianba had his eyes on the parasol fruit. It could bring the dead back to life after nirvana and achieve the miraculous effect of breaking and establishing. It would definitely give him a chance to directly break through to the high-level supreme martial artist realm. However, not only did he have his eyes on the parasol fruit, even Yan Shaokong himself had his eyes on it. He had been stuck at the peak of the mid-level supreme martial artist realm for a long time. If he took the risk and went through nirvana, his strength would definitely improve. All the hidden injuries in his body would be improved, and it would not be impossible for him to go to the next level. This time, Yan Shaokong was already tempted. Those dead divine kings in his clan could no longer be resurrected, and he could still advance and strengthen the Yan clan. If he did not agree, then he would have missed this opportunity. After all, there was only one of the 9 great divine trees, and there would not be a repeat appearance. In other words, only Ling Xiao could take out these parasol divine objects. It was impossible for others to do so, unless they could find the existence of the parasol divine tree. However, if they could find it, they would have found it long ago. There was no need to wait until now. That was an opportunity that could only be encountered and not forced. Yan Shaokong swallowed his saliva and replied, Little friend is indeed forthright. I accept your Thousand Beast Alliance's request for peace. With a way out of this embarrassing situation, the Yan clan's reputation would be preserved. Then this matter would end here. Alright, I also believe that the words of the Yan clan members are true to their word. I hope that all the misunderstandings between your race and the Thousand Beast Alliance will be written off. Even if we can't be friends, it's best that we don't become enemies. Ling Xiao said as he sent the divine item in his hand towards Yan Shaokong. He was not worried that the Yan clan would go back on their words. Otherwise, if this matter was spread out, it would be a big blow to the Yan clan's reputation. Moreover, he took out these divine objects not only to solve the Thousand Beast Alliance's problem, but also to build a good relationship with the Yan clan. After all, the Yan clan's power was extraordinary. After all, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Yan Shaokong put away all the divine objects. His stern face turned into a warm smile as he said, Little friend, you are really brave. Today's matter will be written off. From now on, you are a friend of the Yan clan. I wonder if you have the guts to come to our Yan clan for a talk. The incipient god realm experts of the Yen clan all looked at Ling Xiao. They all wanted to see if Ling Xiao had the guts to accept. After all, just a moment ago, they were clearly enemies. Now they had become friends. However, whether it was true or not, no one knew. This was also the time to test Ling Xiao's guts. Xianxia, who was standing next to Ling Xiao, pulled his hand and shook her head. Her face was full of worry. Ling Xiao didn't care about her expression. He immediately smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Chapter 1453. Ling Xiao was bold and skillful. He dared to fight against the Fire Clan, which proved this point. Moreover, he had calculated meticulously. He had led the level 11 holy beasts here and acted as if he didn't care about anything else. He had forced the Fire Clan into a passive situation. There weren't many young men like him who were brave and resourceful. Under the watchful eyes of the Fire Clan's incipient god realm experts, Ling Xiao talked to Xianxia for a while. Then, he flew towards the Fire Clan Supremes alone. "Big brother, take care. I'm going back to tell my grandfather the good news." Xianxia hesitated for a while and said to Ling Xiao. Then, she took the vermilion bird and the level 11 holy beasts and left Yen City. Ling Xiao didn't let Xianxia come to the Thousand Beast Alliance as a guest. This was a precaution. However, the Fire Clan Supremes couldn't say anything. After all, it was only Ling Xiao who had agreed to come to their clan as a guest. It wasn't the Thousand Beast Alliance's holy daughter who had agreed. Today, the relationship between these two forces had just eased. It was good that they didn't have anything to do with each other. Ling Xiao would be the middleman to resolve this grudge. Of course, on the surface, Ling Xiao was still standing on the side of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. After all, his actions today had indeed caused the Yen clan to lose a great deal of face. Yet, he still dared to walk over to the side of those honorable elders of the Yen clan. The Supremes of the Fire Clan were enraged. They wanted to attack Ling Xiao. However, before Yen Xiaokong said anything, they didn't dare to do anything. "Just now, Ling Xiao offended me. I didn't have a choice. Ling Xiao hereby apologizes to all of you." Ling Xiao clasped his hands and apologized to the Supremes of the Fire Clan. Since the final battle between the two forces had been resolved, Ling Xiao didn't mind losing face. "What a promising young man. I originally thought that little Yang, whom I nurtured, was already very outstanding and would have the chance to take over my position in the future. Now, it seems that little friend Ling has taken over the position of us old farts in advance." Yen Xiaokong looked at the approaching Ling Xiao and said with infinite emotion. He looked at Ling Xiao's Medicine Alliance's elder robe and the divine apothecary badge hanging on his neck. When he recalled what Yen Yang had said before, perhaps this young man really had the right to be on equal footing with him. Sir Alchemist Yen has been famous for many years. How can juniors like us compare? Ling Xiao respectfully said. Yen Xiaokong was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude. He didn't say much and immediately sent out an invitation. "It's my Yen clan's fortune to be able to meet such a hero like little friend. Please come to my Yen clan for a chat." After saying that, Yen Xiaokong took the lead and flew in the direction of the Flame Clan's land. The others followed closely behind. Only Yen Yang stayed behind and came to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, you really scared me to death. I thought you wanted to become enemies with our Yen clan, but I lost a friend like you." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "I don't want to either. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia is my sister, I wouldn't have gotten involved in the muddy waters between your two families. Nothing is more important than my own life." Yen Yang nodded and said, "Actually, I don't want my family to become enemies with the Thousand Beast Alliance. This result is already the best." After pausing for a moment he said, "Let's go and stay in my family for a few days. We can exchange pointers on alchemy." "All right, as long as your family has good wine and good meat, it's not a problem for me not to leave." Ling Xiao joked. "Of course, I'm just afraid that you'll get tired of it." Yen Yang laughed. The Fire Clan's land was covered with the inescapable net of the incipient God realm experts. Ordinary Supremes who wanted to break their airspace would be attacked by these restrictions. The Fire Clan's land was completely different from the Kim people's land and the Barbarian tribe's land. The latter's land was much more simple and crude. However, the Fire Clan's land was filled with majestic buildings that looked extremely luxurious. It was like another city with people coming and going. It was extremely lively and bustling. At the same time, they had set up many empty spaces for martial practice and also used many of them to grow spirit herbs. Ling Xiao followed Yan Yang to the Fire Clan's guest house first. This was the place where the Fire Clan received their distinguished guests. Obviously, they had temporarily put down their prejudice against Ling Xiao and agreed to Ling Xiao's conditions. They would no longer be enemies with the Thousand Beast Alliance. Since Ling Xiao had the incipient god realm and he had the god of medicine's identity, whether his identity was real or not, the Fire Clan thought that Ling Xiao could stand on the same level as any of the supremes in their clan since he had brought so many level 11 holy beasts with the holy daughter. Moreover, Yan Xiaokong had come here personally to receive Ling Xiao. The other elders didn't dare to be arrogant. They all wanted to come and accompany him. However, Yan Xiaokong only asked Yan Yi, Yan Tianba, Yan Yang, and the current master of the Fire Clan, Yan Kongguan, Mao Lidong, and a few others to stay. Of course, good wine and good meat were served at the banquet. Although Ling Xiao had offended the Fire Clan, he was good at socializing. He was neither servile nor overbearing to the people here. He talked happily with them. The members of the Fire Clan also started to try to find out Ling Xiao's identity among the Kim people. When Ling Xiao told them the names of the elders in the clan, they believed that Ling Xiao's position in the Kim people wasn't low. The members of the Fire Clan started to believe that if Ling Xiao was really the god of medicine, he was qualified to represent the Kim people to build a good relationship with the Fire Clan alliance. He was also qualified to improve the relationship between the Fire Clan and the Medicine League. After all, when the incipient God Realm experts went to the foreign space battlefield, they would meet them from anywhere. That was the battlefield of the incipient God Realm experts. If they could have a good relationship with the two big forces, it would be good for them. Moreover, the Fire Clan had all kinds of deals with the super forces. The other side had something they wanted and the Fire Clan had something the other side wanted. As long as they had a good relationship, they could trade with each other. It was a good thing for them. Moreover, the Fire Clan understood these things. They didn't care about what Ling Xiao had done today. Moreover, they had made a big fuss to go to the Thousand Beast Alliance to fight for the Genesis Stone. If Ling Xiao could take out the Genesis Stone to trade, they would achieve their goal. They wouldn't have to suffer any losses. It would be the best outcome. At first, they wanted to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance with all of their forces because they couldn't swallow their anger. At the same time, they wanted to show the prestige of the #1 ancient clan. However, in front of absolute benefits, they could put it aside for now. Anyway, the bargaining chip that Ling Xiao had just taken out was unique. It was enough to move all of them. The only problem now was how to trade with Ling Xiao for the Genesis Stone. After 3 rounds of wine, Yan Xiaokong went straight to the main topic. Little friend Ling Xiao, can you really decide on the Genesis Stone? I'm afraid that old man Dugu won't agree, right? He felt that the Genesis Stone should be with Dugu Jin. He was afraid that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Lord Alchemist Yen, I dare to say this because I have confidence, Ling Xiao replied. Then what do you want to trade? Yan Xiaokong asked. Then he added, I will give you 3 Supreme God pellets. How about it? Ling Xiao shook his head. Lord Alchemist Yen, Supreme God pellets are not bad. However, I can refine them myself if I have the materials. I don't need them. He paused for a while and said, I only have one request. If you have any other attribute Genesis Stone, I will trade with you. Ling Xiao had more than 1 Genesis Stone. He had 2. He could use the smaller one to trade for another type of Genesis Stone. Although he was reluctant, for his ancestors' life, for the future of the Xianling continent, he had to bear the pain. The Yan clan people heard Ling Xiao's confident tone and knew that Ling Xiao wasn't lying. Moreover, Ling Xiao was right. The value of the Genesis Stone was too high. Besides the Genesis Stones that could be exchanged, only a few extinct treasures in this world could be as valuable as the Genesis Stone. Therefore, if the Yan clan wanted his Genesis Stone, they had to take out a different attribute Genesis Stone. Yan Yi faintly smiled. Little friend, aren't you afraid that we will rob you? As a high-level Supreme Master, Yan Yi naturally had the right to say such words. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and said, I believe that the Yan clan won't do such a thing to their guest. He paused for a while and said, "However, since I dared to come to your Yen clan as a guest, I'm naturally prepared. Some things are better left unsaid." Haha, little friend Ling is indeed extraordinary. This ability to remain calm, this courage is truly not something that anyone can compare with. Come, come, I offer you 3 cups of wine," Yan Yi said with a bright smile. Then, he drank 3 cups of wine in a row to show his gratitude to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately drank 3 cups and didn't take Yan Ye's words to heart. He dared to come here, so he was naturally prepared. Moreover, with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. Yan Xiaokong hesitated for a while and said, "Can I exchange any attribute Genesis stone with you?" Ling Xiao happily looked at Yan Xiaokong and said, "That's right, any attribute is fine." "All right, I have an earth attribute Genesis stone here. I will exchange with you. Come with me," Yan Xiaokong said in a deep voice. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the house, preparing to bring Ling Xiao to get the earth attribute Genesis stone. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately stood up and followed behind Yan Xiaokong. After a long while, Ling Xiao followed Yan Xiaokong to another place. After that, he was temporarily stopped by the members of the Flame Clan and asked to wait here. Ling Xiao didn't mind. As long as Yan Xiaokong could get the earth attribute Genesis stone, it was fine. Not long after, Ling Xiao sensed a boundless power surging in that direction. The power of the earth attribute spread out in front of him, causing the entire world to tremble. Many people in the surroundings were alarmed by the commotion. The direct descendants of the Yen race were mostly fire elemental martial practitioners, but some of the imperial tribute elders and branch disciples that they had recruited were also earth elemental. They lived nearby. It would be strange if they weren't surprised that there was a change in the power here. However, after they heard the other elders' orders, they all quieted down. Chapter 1454. Yan Xiaokong was the supreme alchemy god and the Fire Clan was the #1 ancient clan in the Heaven Sparrow territory. Naturally, they had some hidden resources. They had gotten this Earth Genesis Source Stone since a long time ago. They had been waiting to see who had the Fire Genesis Source Stone to exchange for it. Unfortunately, even if someone had a Fire Genesis Stone, they wouldn't trade it. Only those Earth Supremes who needed the Earth Genesis Stone would be willing to trade. Since they couldn't trade for this Earth Genesis Stone, they simply left it for the elders and the disciples of the branch families to use for cultivation. However, this Earth Genesis Stone wasn't very useful to their clan. It could even be considered as a chicken rib. Now that Ling Xiao had the Fire Genesis Stone, Yan Xiaokong naturally wanted to trade it immediately. The Earth Genesis Stone was much bigger than the Fire Genesis Stone that Ling Xiao had. It didn't look any different from an ordinary rock, but with a closer look, one would find that there were strange markings on this Earth Genesis Stone that seemed to be formed naturally. It constantly absorbed the Earth Genesis Stone with a heavy aura. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He had obtained 2 Genesis Stones in one trip to the Heaven Sparrow territory. This was a great harvest. Previously, he wanted to trade for an Earth Genesis Stone with the barbarian tribe, but they refused. Now, he obtained it from the Fire Clan. This was a great turn of events. Yan Xiaokong readily took out the Earth Genesis Stone and looked at Ling Xiao. "Take out your Genesis Stone. Don't tell me that you didn't bring it with you." Yan Xiaokong was determined to get the Fire Genesis Stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out the Earth Genesis Stone right away. "Sir Alchemy God Yan is really straightforward." Ling Xiao replied and took out the small Genesis Stone that he had obtained. Yan Xiaokong, Yan Yi, and the others saw this Fire Genesis Stone and their eyes immediately lit up with joy. Although this Genesis Stone was a little smaller than their Earth-class Genesis Stone, it was much bigger than the one they had in their clan. If the 2 Genesis Stones were placed together, it could make the Fire-class power of the Fire Clan even thicker. This was a great treasure to the half-incipient God Realm experts who wanted to break through to the Supreme Realm. However, Yan Xiaokong was a cunning old fox. He suppressed his impulse and said to Ling Xiao, "Your Genesis Stone is much smaller than mine. Our Fire Clan is at a disadvantage." Ling Xiao chuckled, "Yeah, I also think that my Genesis Stone is a bit unpresentable. I can't take it out on this Genesis Stone anymore. Clan will exchange it later if I find another Genesis Stone of the same size." Who was Ling Xiao? How could he be controlled by Yan Xiaokong? As expected, the moment he said this, Yan Shaokong immediately changed his words and said, "Forget it, forget it. I'll befriend you, little friend Ling. Our Yan clan will suffer a bit and exchange with you." Then, he gave the Earth Element Genesis Stone to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and immediately sent his Fire Genesis Source Stone to Yan Shaokong. The two of them received the Genesis Stone and laughed cheerfully. After that, Ling Xiao temporarily stayed in the Yan clan. Yan Shaokong seemed to have the intention to test whether Ling Xiao was the alchemy god or not. He even specially proposed to spar with Ling Xiao in alchemy. It would have been better if they didn't exchange pointers, but after they did, he realized that Ling Xiao's understanding of alchemy was not inferior to him, the famous supreme alchemy god. Ling Xiao's techniques were even more unfathomable and more perfect than him. This time, he was completely convinced that Ling Xiao was the supreme alchemy god. From that moment on, all members of the Yan clan regarded Ling Xiao as their distinguished guest. He also treated Ling Xiao as an equal. To show his sincerity, Yan Shaokong gave Ling Xiao some supreme materials. He hoped that after Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people and the Medicine Union, he would mention the friendly alliance. Of course, Ling Xiao agreed. He believed that the Kim people and the Medicine Union wouldn't mind if he could befriend a force like the Yan clan. Ling Xiao stayed in the Yan clan for half a month and then said goodbye. He had to return to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Although Yan Shaokong had asked him to stay, Ling Xiao had made up his mind, so he didn't force him anymore. Ling Xiao left the Yan clan. With his current speed, he didn't need the space formation. He could directly shuttle through space. His speed was much faster than the space formation. This was the real power of a supreme incipient god realm expert who had left the mortal body. If a supreme incipient god realm expert wanted to go to another area, even if he didn't use the territory entrance, he could go through the space passage. At this moment, Ling Xiao was very happy. When he returned, he could ask Dugu Jin for a reward. At that time, it wouldn't be too much to extort some supreme materials from him, right? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, supreme divine materials were too hard to come by for him. These were all things that could only be encountered in the outer realm. After he dealt with all his problems, he might have to wander around the outer realm and experience the true sky universe world. However, as soon as Ling Xiao left the Yan clan's territory, he found that someone was following him. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Could it be that the Yan clan wants to deal with me after I leave?" "It shouldn't be." Ling Xiao could feel that the two experts chasing him were at the supreme incipient god realm. However, they were at the same level as him, so they weren't enough to pressure him. Ling Xiao sneered and mumbled, "Harrow that comes to my door. Let me have a good practice." After he had reached the supreme incipient god realm, he had only dealt with 2 level 11 flaming beasts in the Nirvana space. He hadn't fought a supreme incipient god realm expert yet. Today it was a good chance. He had to cherish it. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. He immediately dashed out of the 9 heavens. His current monstrous body was already comparable to a peak low-grade ancient god artifact. Those barriers were nothing to him, and the astral winds and turbulence outside the 9 heavens wouldn't hurt him at all. The two people chasing after Ling Xiao discovered that Ling Xiao had suddenly rushed out of the outer realm, so they also rushed out. After Ling Xiao flew out, he didn't leave but waited for the two experts. Ling Xiao had met them once, but he didn't pay much attention to them because they weren't members of the Yan clan. They were the supreme incipient god realm experts that the Yan clan had invited to help them. One of them was a peak low-grade supreme expert while the other had just entered the supreme realm not long ago. His realm wasn't stable yet. They were called Hu Yu and Yen Dong Gao. Hu Yu had a medium build and average looks, but he had a thick black beard on his face, making him look like a powerful and ferocious man. He used to be a genius from a powerful faction, but he was harmed by some villains, and was expelled from his sect. Later on, he obtained a fortuitous encounter, and became one of the 1,000 divine kings that shook the world for a period of time. At that time, he returned to his sect and killed all the people who had tried to harm him, and his name began to spread far and wide. Yen Donggao was an older generation figure from a large faction in the Tianke domain, and he had spent all of his foundation to break through to the Great Master stage. It was impossible for him to rely on his own Tianbin pill to break through to the next level, so he had joined the Yen clan's crusade against the Thousand Beast Alliance, in hopes of obtaining the supreme god pellet that Yan Shaokong had concocted for him, so that his strength could reach the next level. The reason why they had come to find Ling Xiao was because they were supreme experts who cultivated Earth class. Their target was the Earth class Genesis stone that Ling Xiao had obtained. Of course, they had heard this news from the Yan clan's people. Originally, this news couldn't be spread out. However, Yan Xiaolong didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. Thus, when Hu Yu and Yan Donggao asked about it, he told them the news and even instigated them to attack Ling Xiao. "Why are the two of you chasing me?" Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and calmly asked the two of them. Hu Yu smiled faintly and said, "We just want to make friends with you." "As long as you give us something, I, Hu Yu, will treat you as a brother in the future. How about it?" "Oh, what do you need?" "As long as I have it, I will try my best to satisfy your needs." Ling Xiao replied. "Give us the Genesis stone you obtained from the Yan clan. Since you don't cultivate Earth class, it won't be of much use to you. We can give you some supreme divine materials and divine crystals as compensation. How about it?" Yan Donggao smiled from the side. At the same time, he and Hu Yu had separated and surrounded Ling Xiao from two different directions. It seemed that if Ling Xiao didn't agree, they would immediately attack him. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect these two to come for the Earth-class Genesis stone. When he exchanged the Genesis stone with the Yan clan, besides a few supreme experts of the Yan clan, no one else was there. Unexpectedly, this news still spread. He was sure that there were people in the Yan clan who didn't want him to take the Genesis stone away easily. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "If you want my Genesis stone, sure. You can exchange it with other Genesis stones. It seems that you still don't understand our intention. Hand over the Genesis stone and we will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Hu Yu grinned fiendishly. He released the aura of a peak low-level supreme expert and pressed towards Ling Xiao. Yan Donggao also released his aura and locked Ling Xiao. He didn't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. "Hee, could it be that you think you can eat me?" Ling Xiao was still calm and unruffled. He wasn't worried at all. These two couldn't pose any threat to him. If he was just a low-level supreme expert at incipient God realm, Hu Yu alone could take him down. After all, he had just entered the Great Master realm. There was still a big gap between him and the peak low-level supreme expert. However, Ling Xiao was the strongest expert in the Heaven territory since the beginning of time. His fighting power wasn't something that Hu Yu and Yan Donggao could imagine. "Seems like you don't want to do it the hard way?" Hu Yu frowned slightly. "Brother Hu, why do you need to talk nonsense with him? Wait for me to take him down." Yan Donggao snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's first battle after he had reached incipient God realm had begun. Chapter 1455. Both Ling Xiao's real body and God's soul were at low-level Great Masters. However, his real body was at the initial realm while his God soul was at the peak of low-level Great Masters. One of them was strong while the other was weak. However, he alone was equal to two Great Masters. Moreover, he had the ancient Emperor's divine technique that could increase his fighting competence dozens of times. If someone wanted to attack him, they would have to be at a higher realm than him. Otherwise, they would never be able to stop him. However, Hu Yu and Yan Donggao thought that Ling Xiao was just a beginner venerable master, and he had lost the support of the 11th level Saint Beasts of the Thousand Beast Alliance. Wouldn't the two of them be more than enough to take him down? Yan Donggao didn't have a good temper. He didn't put Ling Xiao, a kid who was still wet behind the ears, in his eyes. He thought that the reason why Ling Xiao could reach the initial realm was that he had received an incredible inheritance. Moreover, he had just reached the initial realm, so his fighting competence shouldn't be that high. Yan Donggao had reached the incipient God realm dozens of years ago. His realm wasn't stable, and his aura was much weaker than Ling Xiao's. However, he didn't see this point clearly. Even a half-incipient God realm expert's attack was earth-shaking. It wasn't something a half-incipient God realm expert could compare to. Yan Donggao thrust both of his palms. Immediately, a large number of stone thorns appeared in front of him. Those terrifying stone thorns turned into a rain of thorns that bombarded Ling Xiao. These stone spikes covered an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was enough to destroy dozens of cities. This was just the power of a supreme incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose. With two opponents at the same realm, it was a good chance for him to test his skills. He just hoped that they wouldn't be defeated that quickly. Ling Xiao didn't increase his fighting competence. He directly wielded the first move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Secret Art to confront Yan Donggao. The golden dragon roared for millions of miles. Its majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers was incomparably domineering. Rumble! Rumble! The towering golden dragon's body directly shattered the many stone spikes. The terrifying dragon roar and the dragon's palm rushed towards Yan Donggao. Yan Donggao was first dizzy from the sound wave, but those golden dragon palm shadows had already arrived in front of him in an instant. They struck his body, causing his divine body to cave in and blood to spurt out. Yan Donggao screamed again and again as his body was sent flying. Hu Yu was immediately alarmed. Without any hesitation, he made his move. An earth spike dragon instantly charged towards Ling Xiao's back. The huge dragon mouth swallowed Ling Xiao, intending to kill Ling Xiao in one move. Hu Yu's strength was several times stronger than Rockingham's, so his attacks were naturally more threatening than Rockingham's. A mere earth spike dragon dares to flaunt its prowess in front of me? You're overestimating yourself. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. His figure flashed, and another wave of golden dragon palm strikes was sent out. The golden dragon's imposing manner was formidable. When it collided with the earth spike dragon, it also caused a terrifying commotion. Fortunately, they were in the outer domain. There was no need to worry about the splashing power destroying any boundary. Ling Xiao's golden dragon's aura was extremely vigorous. It directly broke through Hu Yu's earth spike dragon and continued roaring towards Hu Yu. However, Hu Yu didn't stop there. He waved both his fists at the same time, and several more earth spike dragons pounced from all directions. Another 2 earth spike dragons charged towards Ling Xiao, containing the impact of countless rocks. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soared as he met the incoming attacks head-on. He killed all of the earth spike dragons and destroyed the rocks that were blocking the way. It was true that Ling Xiao didn't increase his competence. Anyway, his body was abnormal, so he could deal with Hu Yu's power at the peak of Great Realm. However, he looked a little helter-skelter under the impact. After all, it was Hu Yu's origin of the universe. The power it contained was extremely domineering. Hu Yu looked at Ling Xiao, who could deal with his attacks, and roared indignantly, "Struggle before death. Prepare to die." He soared up into the sky and hovered above Ling Xiao's head. His bare hands pulled out more than 10 flows of chaotic space energy. Countless rocks poured out from the space slits. The attacks of the incipient God Realm experts were real, and those rocks were real. They weren't just illusions. Their impact was so tremendous that it could destroy a large area and fill the vast sea. Hu Yu was going all out. He was going to kill Ling Xiao with all his might. Rock Donggao didn't stay idle either. He attacked from the side and blocked all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. He didn't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao changed his attack. The 4th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Secret Art, Burning Sun Breaking Sun. Giant fists as bright as the sun dashed over. One fist was filled with flames that could burn the sky, while the other fist was filled with torrential fighting will to break the sun. In the void of outer space, a dazzling and domineering energy burst out, destroying all the rocks that were bombarding them. Ling Xiao didn't increase his fighting competence, but his Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Secret Art could shake the peak of Low Realm. When he was at the half-incipient God Realm, he had used the Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Secret Art to deal with the level 11 holy beasts. He had even fought with the barbarian tribe supremes, and he wasn't defeated easily. It was enough to show the terrifying power of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Secret Art. Hu Yu and Iwo Donggao, whose faces were filled with pain from the force that shot out, were incomparably shocked. "He's so powerful. We can't hold back anymore. Kill him as soon as possible." Hu Yu screamed at Rock Donggao and increased his power to attack Ling Xiao. The earth spike dragons were incomparably ferocious. Rocks and stones kept crashing around, completely submerging the area where Ling Xiao was. Rock Donggao also brought out countless stone thorns. Those sharp thorns could definitely pierce through anything and destroy everything. The 2 low-level Great Masters' energies overlapped. The strong wind in the area was blown away, and the turbulent rocks were forced to fly far away. Good timing. Facing the earth-shattering power, Ling Xiao's warlike blood boiled to the extreme. He roared and punched again with his fiery fists. Boom, boom, boom. The berserk destructive power continued to clash, and countless turbulent flows of energy collided with each other. The resulting shockwaves grew larger and larger. If this happened in the Earth domain, it would definitely destroy a large area, causing the deaths of tens of thousands of civilians and martial artists. It was also the reason why the incipient God Realm experts couldn't take action in the Heaven territory. Even if they had to fight to the death, they couldn't destroy the habitat of the human clan. It was the same as destroying the future of their descendants. No warrior would tolerate that. More incipient God Realm experts would come to kill the one who broke the rules. The commotion caused by the battle between the three of them was extremely great, but in the boundlessly vast universe of the Outer Realm, it seemed to be slightly insignificant. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao were more frightened as they fought. They thought that they could defeat Ling Xiao easily. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao's fighting will was so terrifying. Moreover, his elemental powers were too much for them to handle. They regretted chasing after Ling Xiao. However, they had to brace themselves to kill Ling Xiao and take the Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao had more or less figured out the strength of these two people. They kept using these kinds of attacks back and forth. They were out of tricks. It was time for Ling Xiao to counterattack. Ling Xiao urged the power of the origin of the universe. He gathered the origin energy of the chaotic space basin around him. Countless green vines and flowers appeared. There was also the Gold Wolf King, the Fire Qilin, the Golden Dragon, the True Dragon, the Hailstorm, the Cold Wind, the Volcanic Crater. All of them were created by his origin energy. They carried the aura of the antiquity time and flew towards Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao. Swoosh, swoosh, roar, roar. King God Realm experts could use their god power to create things. However, the objects created by incipient God Realm experts were more realistic. It wasn't easy for warriors under the Great Realm to distinguish them. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao were shocked when they saw all kinds of objects with different powers. They knew that it was the power of Ling Xiao's origin of the universe, but it was too terrifying. The green vines grew crazily towards them. Countless man-eating flowers appeared out of thin air and tried to swallow them. They quickly counterattacked and smashed the green vines' man-eating flowers. However, they didn't seem to be able to destroy them. Soon they grew again. Moreover, the mutant Wolf King and the two divine beasts attacked them from the side. Their powers could be compared to the level 11 existences. The hailstorm blew with the cold wind and the volcanic crater exploded like a natural disaster. 5 kinds of powers bombarded them. These powers weren't something that Ling Xiao's illusions when he was at the Celestial Master or Emperor Xian could compare to. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao had tried their best to defend. As they had the Earth class, they thought that not many warriors at the same realm could break their defense. However, Ling Xiao's powers were terrifyingly strong. The green vines directly pierced their mountain walls. The Wolf King and the two divine beasts directly broke their defense. The other powers followed and continued to ravage their god bodies. They tried their best to resist, but they were still wounded and bleeding. They looked helter-skelter. They were so scared. They knew that Ling Xiao's power was much stronger than theirs. If it continued, they would be the ones to die. It was like going for wool and coming home shorn. They had suffered a big loss. It was unknown if the two of them had a telepathic connection. After blocking Ling Xiao's attack, they separated and ran away immediately. They didn't feel embarrassed to call themselves incipient God Realm experts, but they ran away like that. It was really disappointing. However, how could Ling Xiao let them do as they wished? If you want to attack me, you should stay and be my puppet. Ling Xiao grinned fiendishly. His god soul clones appeared. His real body and his god soul clones separated and chased after them. This time, Ling Xiao didn't reserve his power anymore. His fighting power was dozens of times higher than before. His wind power was urged fully. He chased after them and bombarded them crazily. Emperor Dragon Sky Destruction Technique, 5th move. Tearing Sky Mad Shadow. In this place where astral winds were rampant, the power of this move was amplified by a lot. It directly blasted Hu Yu and Yen Dong Gao into a state of disorientation. Their divine bodies were damaged again and again, and divine blood splashed everywhere. Chapter 1456. Spare our lives. Rock Dong Gao couldn't stand it anymore. He begged Ling Xiao for mercy. Hu Yu couldn't hold it for long. He had to surrender. We admit defeat. Please spare our lives. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao regretted it so much. They didn't think that Ling Xiao could be so outstanding at such a young age. Not only had he reached the supreme incipient god realm, but his fighting competence was also abnormal. He had suppressed them at the same realm. It should be noted that Hu Yu was already at the peak of low-level supreme expert. He was just one step away from entering the new realm and becoming a stronger existence. There was a gap between the new and the old supreme experts. However, it didn't show up in front of Ling Xiao. If they knew that Ling Xiao was so abnormal, they wouldn't dare to mess with him even if they had another supreme expert at the same realm. Would Ling Xiao let them go? The answer was definitely no. Although Ling Xiao always thought that he was a good person, he had never shown mercy to his enemies. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao were bombarded by Ling Xiao's real body and god soul clones. Their god bodies exploded again and again. At the supreme incipient god realm, their bodies were very strong. Even if they were destroyed, they could recover in a short time. However, it would consume a lot of god power. Ling Xiao had done this to consume their god power and weaken their god soul power. Then, he could control them in one fell swoop. They had delivered 2 excellent puppets to him. Of course, Ling Xiao had to accept them. Now that he had reached the supreme incipient god realm, he needed more helpers to help him search for supreme materials and genesis stones. At the same time, it was also a way for him to build his own team. It would be more secure for him to travel around the heaven territory or even the outer space. Hu Yu and Rock Dong Gao could feel that Ling Xiao wouldn't let them go. However, they couldn't run away. Ling Xiao's speed and power were many times stronger than theirs. In the end, Ling Xiao had bombarded them many times. Finally, they couldn't resist anymore and were dying. They were in despair and had already accepted their fate. However, Hu Yu actually wanted to self-detonate to take Ling Xiao down with him. Unfortunately, before he self-destructed, his soul was first forcibly locked by Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse. That rock god was no exception, and was quickly controlled by Ling Xiao. As he had recruited 2 incipient god realm experts, Ling Xiao was so happy. With 2 incipient god realm experts, he was more confident. After Ling Xiao accepted the 2 of them, he smiled proudly. Looks like it's still the same as before, it's hard to find an opponent in the same realm. After saying that, he flew back to the Thousand Beast Alliance. Far away in the Thousand Beast Alliance, Duga Jin had already received the news from Xianxia. At the start, he was very angry that Ling Xiao had brought Xianxia to take such a big risk. If the Yan race really wanted to keep them here, they could forget about escaping. Fortunately, Xianxia had returned safely. Duga Jin was both surprised and happy. After all, the matter had been resolved perfectly, so what else could he say? However, when Ling Xiao returned, Duga Jin couldn't help but reprimand Ling Xiao, saying that he shouldn't have taken Xianxia with him and warned him not to do anything similar in the future. Ling Xiao didn't take credit for it. Instead, he lowered his stance and didn't mind whatever Duga Jin said. After all, respecting the old and loving the young had always been his traditional virtue. In the end, Duga Jin was also tired of scolding and didn't want to scold Ling Xiao anymore. Instead, he gave Ling Xiao a spatial ring. There were many divine materials inside, including some supreme divine materials. It could be seen that Duga Jin was still very grateful to Ling Xiao for everything he had done for the Thousand Beast Alliance. Old man, do you have any more divine materials? Do you need me to help you refine some pills? Ling Xiao asked with a smile after putting away the spatial ring. Not for now. The 1,000 pills you gave me last time is enough for those brats to squander for some time. Duga Jin said with a wave of his hand. Old man, have you thought it through? Do I have to return to Tianyuan territory? Ling Xiao emphasized once again. Go you brat. You're too bold. I can't let Xianxia leave with you. Duga Jin said. Previously, he was only willing to let Xianxia leave him for the battle against the Yan race. Now that the crisis had been resolved, he naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to take Xianxia away. It's better for Xianxia to stay by your side. In any case, it's very easy for me to come and see her now that I'm a sovereign. Ling Xiao replied softly. It doesn't matter whether you come or not. Dugu Jin seemed to want Ling Xiao to leave as soon as possible, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would take Xianxia away. Xianxia said tenderly, Grandpa, don't be in such a hurry to chase Big Brother away. You'll have to beg Big Brother later. Dugu Jin said disdainfully, What a joke. This brat is lucky to have become a sovereign incipient god realm, but he has only just advanced. Why would I ask him for anything? Indeed, Dugu Jin was very surprised that Ling Xiao had broken through to the incipient god realm. At the same time, he was very optimistic about Ling Xiao's future, but it didn't mean that he would pull his subordinates to curry favor with Ling Xiao and let Ling Xiao stay in their thousand-beast alliance. Xianxia said with a cunning expression, Grandpa, if I tell you that Big Brother is actually a real supreme alchemist, will you ask him to refine pills for our beast alliance? What a joke, even if he is a supreme alchemist. Dugu Jin said disapprovingly. However, before he could finish, his face froze. He looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed, Little girl, you said that he is already a supreme alchemist? Xianxia chuckled. Her beautiful face was raised high as she said, Of course, don't you know who Big Brother is? He has already become a supreme alchemy god back in the Nirvana space. He is on equal footing with that old fart from the Yen clan. Grandfather, tell me, do you still want to beg Big Brother? In her eyes, it was as if all of Ling Xiao's glory was her glory. Her delicate face was filled with pride. Dugu Jin looked at Ling Xiao, and a warm smile appeared on his stiff and thin face. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, you are really something. You actually didn't tell Grandpa that you became a supreme alchemist. Do you think that Grandpa is an outsider? To be honest, when I first saw you, I felt that you were talented, handsome, outstanding, and elegant. You are also Xuanxuan's brother and sister, so I have long treated you as my own grandson. Ling Xiao and Xianxia had goosebumps when they heard the old man, who had always been strict with himself, praise them. Ling Xiao said in his heart, When it comes to flattery, this consort is like heaven and earth compared to the old man. Xianxia laughed and said, Haha, Grandpa, you are so thick-skinned. Didn't you say that you didn't want Big Brother to be your grandson? Why did you change your mind now? Dugu Jin said with a righteous expression, How could that be? I've never said anything like that. You must have remembered wrongly. A peerless genius like your big brother is the most suitable to be your brother, that is to say, my godson. I am really defeated by you. This is the first time Grandpa has realized that your eloquence is so good. Xianxia said with a mischievous smile. Dugu Jin felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly waved his hand at Xianxia and said, Go play to the side. I have something to say to your big brother. I was right, didn't I? I said that you would definitely beg Big Brother for help. Xianxia said to Dugu Jin, then smiled at Ling Xiao and skipped away. This child has been spoiled rotten. Dugu Jin watched as Xianxia left and wiped the sweat from his brow. Then he looked at Ling Xiao with a smile as warm as the spring breeze. My good grandson, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were going to become the supreme alchemy god? You're treating your grandfather like an outsider. If something were to happen to you when you go to the Yen clan. The more Dugu Jin spoke, the more engrossed Ling Xiao became. He couldn't help coughing a few times and said, Cough, cough. Old master, let's take a break for now. I plan to return to the Tianyuan region. Aya, how can you be like this? Xianxia doesn't want you to leave. Grandpa also can't bear to part with you. Dugu Jin obviously didn't want Ling Xiao to leave now. The supreme alchemy god was the most respected person in the heaven region. They could refine supreme divinity pills and were the most popular people everywhere. Dugu Jin didn't expect that Ling Xiao would become the supreme alchemy god after breaking through to the supreme divinity stage. This was completely unexpected. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao wanted to call him grandpa, he would have agreed immediately. Now, he had no choice but to forcefully recognize Ling Xiao as his grandson. To have a supreme alchemy god as his grandson, what kind of glory was this? Of course, the most important thing was that he hoped that Ling Xiao would temporarily stay and refine some supreme divinity pills for him. Seeing Dugu Jin's change in attitude, Ling Xiao was speechless. He once again said, Old master, before I leave, I will refine some pills for you. However, I still need you to provide the materials. I have no way of taking them out. Dugujin immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course, we will provide the materials. We will provide them. You wait here for me. I'll go prepare immediately. With that, Dugujin immediately disappeared on the spot. As a mid-level Supreme Divinity stage expert, he definitely had a lot of treasures. However, he was thinking about the benefits of the others in the alliance. He planned to gather most of the Supreme Divinity ingredients and let Ling Xiao refine pills for them. After all, if they missed this opportunity, who knew when Ling Xiao would return to the Wanshou alliance? Watching Dugujin leave in a hurry, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and did not say anything. Anyway, for Xia Xuanxuan's sake, he would definitely refine a few Supreme Divinity pills for Old Master Dugujin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked. This could be considered as doing something that was beyond his power for the Wanshou alliance before leaving. In the future, the people of the Wanshou alliance would be one of his allies. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The Supreme Alchemy God status is indeed shocking. Even this old master lost his composure. Looks like I have to make good use of him in the future. Chapter 1457. When Dugujin returned, he gave Ling Xiao another spatial ring. The divine materials inside really surprised Ling Xiao. As expected of a super force that was on par with the Yen clan. They had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the resources they possessed were quite rich. Moreover, they were beast tamers who could control many holy beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. It was naturally not difficult for them to obtain all kinds of divine herbs. You can squander the materials here. I only ask that you refine at least 5 Supreme God pellets for me. This should be enough, right? Dugujin asked. Each Supreme God pellet required countless divine materials. Dugujin did not know the specific recipe, so he gave all these treasures to Ling Xiao. He did not care if he was giving more divine materials to Ling Xiao. He only hoped that these could be exchanged for 5 Supreme God pellets. Ling Xiao looked at the messy piles of materials of various attributes inside, and his eyes lit up. Many of these divine materials were needed for the Supreme God pellets, but there were also many that were not needed. But in terms of quantity and value, it was indeed more than 5 Supreme God pellets. Of course, he could make up for some of the missing divine materials from the Obsidian Divine Cauldron. Since the old man trusts me, then leave these 5 Supreme God pellets to me. Ling Xiao patted his chest and said, Good, if you need anything else, just say it. I will definitely not refuse. Dugujin said happily. Ling Xiao revealed a slightly embarrassed expression and said, Indeed, I still need some rank 11 beast pellets and some rare spring. You also know that I have just broken through to the Great Master Realm not long ago, so I don't have these kinds of treasures. Dugujin hurriedly replied, Yes, I forgot. I have them here, I'll give them to you now. Thus, Dugujin took out many sacred animal pellets and some rare spring water and handed them over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked as if he had obtained a treasure. His eyes shone brightly, and his heart was already blooming with joy. What he wanted were those fountains. They were the non-elemental origin spring fluid that could only be generated in the perilous areas. Even the incipient God Realm experts were jealous of this divine spring. He never thought that old Master Dugujin would actually have such a big pot. He didn't need so much to refine Supreme God pills, so wouldn't the extra belong to him? Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao was abnormally excited. He secretly sighed in his heart that he was lucky to be an alchemist. This was really popular. Ling Xiao didn't delay any longer and immediately had Dugujin find an excellent place in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Opening up a new cave dwelling, he entered the state of refining pills. The time needed to refine the Supreme God pellets was much longer than ordinary divine pellets. It would take at least half a month to condense a batch of pellets. Not a single mistake could be allowed during this period of time because the slightest carelessness or mistake in any of the processes would cause the destruction of numerous rare divine materials. In general, refining Supreme God pellets required power, tenbin, patience, and endurance. If any of these were missing, it would be difficult to succeed. Ling Xiao had already successfully refined Supreme God pellets in the Nirvana space. Naturally, He had the confidence to successfully refine Supreme God pellets. He didn't want to waste those divine materials. It would be painful for him. Supreme God pellets were originally nature-defying pellets. They were mixed with several nature-defying divine materials. When they condensed into pellets, the phenomenon condensed above the 10,000 Beast mountain range was extremely terrifying. All the spiritual beasts in the mountain range were so scared that they fled in a panic. Countless forces from the phenomenon rushed towards the place where Ling Xiao was refining pellets. The destructive power was like a full-force attack from a supreme being. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had asked Dugu Jin to set up a defensive barrier to isolate the forces from the phenomenon. Otherwise, it would have been a big threat to him. Above the mountain range, two figures hovered in the air. They didn't seem to be afraid of these forces at all. They were the two incipient God realm experts of the 10,000 Beast Alliance, Dugu Jin and Ma Yanquan. Senior brother, your kid is so monstrous. Why don't you let him stay and work for our 10,000 Beast Alliance? Ma Yanquan asked urgently. If their 10,000 Beast Alliance had another Supreme God Alchemist, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. They could definitely surpass the Yen clan. Some things can't be forced. This kid is a real dragon in this world. How can our 10,000 Beast Alliance trap him? Dugu Jin said quietly with a penetrating gaze. Ma Yanquan didn't notice it. He was still looking at the mountain in the distance. That girl Xianxia isn't young anymore. It's time for her to get married. Her beauty is unparalleled. She's a good match for that kid. There are some things that you and I can't just take for granted. We have to make them feel that both parties are willing. Xianxia treats that kid better than I do. She doesn't mind, but the problem is that the kid only treats Xianxia as his little sister. Dugu Jin said with some emotion. Then he added, actually, it's good that they are like this. In this long journey of life, they don't necessarily need to be cultivation partners to care for each other. Ma Yanquan thought for a while. Then he smiled and said, Senior brother, you're really insightful. In the mountain cave, Ling Xiao's upper body was naked. He was sweating profusely, as if he was having a hard time. Refining sovereign divine grade pellets is truly tiring. Ling Xiao sighed as he stored the sovereign divine pellets that he had already refined. Although he could refine these supreme divine pellets, the amount of energy needed to refine the supreme divine grade pellets that were about to become demons and the rank 11 beast pellets that were filled with violent energy was astonishing. It was not something that an ordinary supreme being could endure. It was no wonder that even if there were divine alchemists who became supreme being incipient god realm, it would still be difficult for them to become alchemists. For an ordinary alchemist to reach this step, their strength would need to be at least at the middle stage of the supreme being realm. Only then would they be able to endure the consumption of energy to refine supreme divine grade pellets. Even with Ling Xiao's extraordinary strength, the supreme divine pellets he condensed were not like ordinary divine pellets that could be condensed at once. He could only condense one, and the pellet did not reach the ideal level of perfection that he wanted. It was enough to show that it was not easy to become a supreme being alchemist god. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the supreme being alchemist god, which allowed him to avoid many detours. Furthermore, his own strength was not something that could be achieved by ordinary people. After Ling Xiao refined one pellet, he did not immediately continue. He had to rest for a day or two to adjust his condition before refining the next pellet. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Ling Xiao had finally refined the 5 supreme divine pellets that Dugu Jin had requested. He also refined another 2 supreme divine pellets for himself in case of emergencies. It was a pity that although there were many leftovers from the divine materials that Dugu Jin had given him, he was still missing a few supreme divine grade pellets. Otherwise, he would have wanted to refine a few more to increase the strength of his puppets. It would also be good for him to rely on. However, although the supreme divine pellets were heaven-defying, if one wanted to use them to advance to the next level, he would have to reach the late or peak of the previous level before he could break through. For example, Hu Yu, who was a low-level supreme being, would definitely be able to advance to the next level after taking a supreme divine pellet. But for someone like Yan Donggao, who had just entered the supreme being realm, it was almost impossible for him to advance to the next level after taking a supreme divine pellet. At most, he would only be able to reach the low-level supreme being realm. This was not to say that the supreme divine pellets were not effective. It was just that after reaching the supreme being stage, the amount of energy needed to advance to the next level was enormous. One supreme divine pellet would not allow them to easily advance to the next level. Furthermore, each type of advancement pellet could only be taken once. The second time it was taken, it would no longer have any divine effect. Ling Xiao walked out of the cave residence with satisfaction. He could finally return to the Tianyuan domain after completing his mission. He wanted to return to the Medicine Alliance to exchange for the God's badge first. Because of Xia Xuanxuan's existence in the Thousand Beasts Alliance, Ling Xiao had treated the Thousand Beasts Alliance quite well. Not only did he stop the Yen clan's allied forces from attacking, he even helped them refine the supreme divine pellets. The Thousand Beasts Alliance could not help but remember his kindness. Hence, when Ling Xiao handed the supreme divine pellets to Dugujin, Dugujin brought Ling Xiao to the Thousand Beasts Alliance's headquarters and gathered all the Saint Beastmasters and above. He solemnly announced that Ling Xiao would forever be a distinguished guest of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. He also introduced Ma Yanquan, Shen Kunbeo and a few other supreme being cultivators to Ling Xiao. Dugu Jin's actions were firstly to rope in Ling Xiao and raise Ling Xiao's reputation. Secondly, it was to ensure that the Thousand Beasts Alliance would respect Ling Xiao the next time they met. Of course, it was also to make Shen Kunbeo let go of his prejudice against Ling Xiao. He was afraid that the alliance leader would still hold a grudge against Ling Xiao for disrespecting him in the past. Now that Shen Kunbeo knew that Ling Xiao was the supreme alchemist god, how could he dare to hold a grudge against him? He was not worried that Ling Xiao would speak ill of him in front of the old alliance leader. In other words, Ling Xiao had already become an existence that he looked up to. He was someone who could stand on equal footing with the old alliance leader. Naturally, he did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. Furthermore, one of the supreme divine pellets that Ling Xiao had refined for them belonged to him. He was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. Alliance leader Shen, I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao raised his wine cup and said sincerely to Shen Kunbeo. Although he was the supreme alchemist god, he would not put on airs. After all, Xianxia would still be living here in the future. It would be a good thing to have someone to take care of her. Shen Kunbeo revealed a panicked expression and said, Lord Ling is too serious. Kunbeo no longer remembers what happened in the past. I still have to thank Lord Ling for helping our Thousand Beast Alliance. After Ling Xiao and Shen Kunbeo toasted each other, it could be considered that they had put an end to their enmity. There were no more grudges between them. And because of Ling Xiao, Xia Xuanxuan's position in the Thousand Beast Alliance had become even more secure. Shen Kunbeo would not dare to have any dissatisfaction with her anymore. During Ling Xiao's trip to the Heavenly Sparrow domain, he first helped Xianyu Yi and the Xianyu tribe. Then he went to the Thousand Beast Alliance to save Yan Yang, met Xianxia, entered the Nirvana space, became the supreme alchemist god, collected the Genesis Stone, and resolved the battle between the Yen clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance. Ling Xiao felt that this trip could be considered a fruitful one. And a new journey was about to begin. Chapter 1458. Under Xia Xuanxuan's reluctant gaze, Ling Xiao still left the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. But when he left, Ling Xiao brought the big vermilion bird along with him, while the little vermilion bird stayed with Xianxia. The big vermilion bird mainly wanted to meet the fire Qilin that Ling Xiao mentioned to discuss the extermination of the Golden Crow clan. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't bring Xianxia was because he didn't have time for romance. He had to return to the clan as soon as possible and hand over the Genesis Stone he had obtained to see if the clan had gathered the other kinds of Genesis Stones. If they hadn't gathered all of them, with his current strength and status, he would be able to help. Of course, the most urgent thing for him now was to return to the Medicine Alliance and change the Divine Apothecary badge. Only the Divine Apothecary who was recognized by the Medicine Alliance would have more appeal. But when he thought of going back to see Ndgao again, Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. Her beauty, her gentleness, and every glance she gave him had already entered deep into his heart. In his mind, she was his confidant, the kind that he could talk to about anything in his heart. If he really wanted to take another step forward, it would be impossible unless he stayed in the Medicine Guild. The three Hallmasters treated her as their successor. How could they let her leave the Medicine Alliance? Ling Xiao threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Saving the old ancestor was his first priority. With his supreme being's strength, he could directly fly back to the Tianyuan district from the outer domain. But there were many dangers in the outer domain, and he didn't want to be too ostentatious for the time being. He would wait for a period of time until he completely stabilized his supreme being realm. From the 10,000 Beast Alliance to the domain gate of the Tianyuan district, Ling Xiao only took about a month's time. This speed was much faster than the time he used the spatial formation. Of course, this was mainly because the vermilion bird speed was too fast. It wasn't his credit. On the way, Ling Xiao also sent Xianxia back to the barbarian tribe's territory. Towards Xianxia, Ling Xiao had a strong possessiveness towards her. He would never forget this sexy woman who made him unable to sleep. He promised Xianxia that he would come back to see her after he finished what he had to do. Before Ling Xiao left, Xianxia once again took the initiative to make love to Ling Xiao. She wanted to have a good time with Ling Xiao before she would stop. Looking at Ling Xiao's receding figure, she clutched her chest and murmured sadly, "My dear warrior, you must come back to see me. I will wait for you for the rest of my life." Ling Xiao naturally could not see Xianxia's true feelings for him. Since they did not understand, Ling Xiao naturally would not explain it to them. Ling Xiao showed his elder's token to prove his identity. The four supreme beings did not continue to make things difficult for Ling Xiao. Instead, they warmly conversed with him. After all, Ling Xiao had become a supreme incipient god realm expert at such a young age. Moreover, he was a divine alchemist. This time, he might have come to ask the three hall masters for advice on alchemy and become a divine alchemist. If he really succeeded, Ling Xiao's status would definitely rise. Therefore, it would definitely be beneficial for them to establish a good relationship with Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao chatted with them for a while, he asked the vermilion bird to transform into its human form. It was ready to follow him to the Medicine Union's headquarters, Palace City. However, the mid-level supreme being called Wu Xianlai took the initiative to accompany Ling Xiao into Palace City. This made Ling Xiao feel a little overwhelmed. After all, he was not a direct descendant of the Medicine Union. Even if he had become a supreme expert, he was still at a low realm. How could he receive the attention of a supreme expert who was at a higher realm than him? Of course, Ling Xiao did not know that when he had broken through to the peak of half-incipient god realm, Second Hall Master Lian Hao had already informed him that Ling Xiao was the most important person. This was because Lian Hao and Zhuo Xinghong had already known that Ling Xiao had the qualifications to become a divine alchemist. If Ling Xiao had not been loyal to Kim people, they would have agreed to marry Yan Dai to him and let him stay in the Medicine Union forever. Wu Xianlai had already learned everything about Ling Xiao from the two hall masters. That was why he had paid so much attention to Ling Xiao. With Wu Xuanlai's accompaniment, Ling Xiao attracted everyone's attention as soon as he entered Palace City. I wonder why Elder Ling has come to the Medicine Union this time? I want to see if I, Old Wu, can help. After Wu Xianlai chatted with Ling Xiao for a while, he became more casual. After all, Ling Xiao was not a direct descendant of the Medicine Union. Usually, he did not need to stay here. Now that he suddenly came back, there must be something. Of course, Wu Xianlai was just asking casually. There were some things that he could decide, but there were also some things that he did not have the right to casually say. Haha, it's really nothing important. I just want to see the three hall masters to see if I can exchange my divine alchemist badge. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. You want to exchange for the divine alchemist badge? Wu Xianlai was stunned before he could finish his words. He stopped and looked at Ling Xiao, asking seriously, Elder Ling, what divine alchemist badge do you want to exchange for? How can I exchange it? This is the glory of a lifetime. Wu Xianlai looked at Ling Xiao's eager eyes as if he had thought of something, but he was not sure. Ling Xiao laughed and said, This is outdated, so I want to exchange it. Otherwise, I won't be able to show my identity. Ling Xiao's words were reserved, but his intentions were clear. Wu Xuanlai's eyes narrowed for a moment, then burst out with a bright divine light. Emo? Could it be that Elder Ling you are already a divine alchemist? Hee. This can only be done with the approval of the three hall masters. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. How could Wu Xianlai not understand the meaning behind Ling Zhao's words? His old eyes were filled with excitement and admiration. If he had treated Ling Xiao as a promising young man just now, then he now treated Ling Xiao as someone like him. No, it should be an even more honorable existence than him. Wu Xianlai never thought that when he put down his status to accompany Ling Xiao, he would accidentally get to know a newly advanced sovereign alchemist god. To him, this was also a glorious thing. I will go report this matter to the 3 hall masters. I'm sure they will be very happy after hearing this. Wu Xianlai said and rushed towards the main hall. After all, with Ling Zhao's identity, he couldn't directly enter the main hall to meet the hall masters without a report. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and returned to his residence in Palace City. At the same time, the news of Ling Zhao's return reached Yan Dai Jiao's ears. The veil on Yan Dai Jiao's face had already been removed 10 years ago, and she didn't wear it again. Her perfect face could make any woman feel ashamed of themselves. She was still wearing a loose alchemist robe, but this robe still couldn't hide her curvaceous, sexy, and beautiful figure. At the same time, it set off a different kind of temperament, easily causing people to have the urge to salivate. 10 years ago, she revealed her feelings to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao ruthlessly tore apart her sincerity, causing her heart to ache. She hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. 10 years had passed, but she still couldn't forget about Ling Xiao, because he was the first outstanding man that she had taken a fancy to. The hatred in her heart towards Ling Xiao had long since turned into endless longing. She knew that the reason why Ling Xiao rejected her was because Ling Xiao's ambition wasn't here. He didn't want to be greedy for everything in the Alchemy Guild. She originally thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't return to the Alchemy Guild. Now that she heard the news of his return, a thick smile appeared on her delicate face, and at the same time, a few drops of tears fell. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.